Salt in our beers and the road burns deep. Hands like anchors, hearts we keep. Swallowed words in the rolling foam. Men don't cry when they're far from home. Heave, boy, heave through the storm and air. We shoulder the pain. It's the weight we bear. Callous palms and 1,000 scars hide the cracks beneath the stars. Nailed to Judy, wind to bone, stealing our voices, hearts of stone. But even iron rusts with time. We break in silence, line by line. Heave, boys, heave through the storm and air. We shoulder the pain. It's the weight we bear. Callous palms and 1,000 scars hide the cracks beneath the stars. If the tide could speak, it'd call our names. Tell the truth beneath the games. We were taught to guard, defend, provide, but the sea still knows we've cried inside. Heave, boys, heave through the wind's cold stare. We carry the world. It's the weight we bear. Raise your glass, let the lanterns glow. Even hard men bend when the north winds blow. When the north winds blow. Yeah. Every step I take, I build a man I said I'd be. Pressure on my back, good. It wakes the fire in me. Storms don't shake me. Doubt won't break me. I rise from the dirt where the world tried to place me. My hunger's louder than excuses ever were. My mission's clearer every time the lines blur. I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't ask for a path. I carve my own road. When the weight hits heavy, I stand tall. When the nights get long, I stay strong. I live forward, no rewind. Every scar on my body is proof of my climb. I don't break, I don't quit. I rise again every time life hits. Blood in my teeth, fire in my chest. I push past limits you thought were the end. I'm built from pressure, shaped by the grind. Unshaken, unbroken, unbreakable drive. People see the end result, never what it costs. The early mornings, lonely nights, battles that I fought, but still I move. Discipline over mood, every sacrifice made as fuel. My heart is forged in the heat of the struggle. My will is iron, my mindset is muscle. If the world says stop, I go again. If the path gets blocked, I make a new one instead. I don't want easy, I want earn. Greatness grows in those who hurt. I don't wait for fate to choose. I become the proof. I don't break, I don't quit. I rise again every time life hits.
That's right, guys. Little concerning news I got, but we're starting up. All right. So welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Okay. So, of course, you know me, your friendly neighborhood potato, right? Get started into my panel here. Welcome back. Where the hot takes, the mics are on, and the potatoes are fully baked, right? This is the round table, the open panel. This is where bold ideas meet real conversation. No scripts, no safe sound bites, no flakes. Just organically grown conversations, freshly served. And you know us potatoes, we have lots and lots of eyes. We like watching all the interesting things that humans do up top. So tonight we're going to be talking about a few different topics, right? And before I get started into that, of course, I like to welcome in the people into my chat. We've got, looks like Dave was Homestead, you were first. You said that you were making dinner so you can help me get started. And again, if anybody wants to help in the panel, feel free to join my Discord. And the link is in the description below. You're welcome. Anybody is welcome. Elmo, thank you for joining me. Appreciate you being here. Wickmoto, appreciate you being here. Blood Logos, of course, thank you very much for being here. A lot of people just went live, I guess. TVT, thank you very much for being here. I know that you'll be probably dipping in and out. And yeah. Yeah, what a potato. Got to start my stream off strong, I guess, right? All right. So let's see. Get back in my intro here. All right. So to start off, I usually like my motivational quotes. Kind of had something happen and I just had it kind of caught me off guard. So stay grounded, but never stop reaching, never stop growing, right? We need to stay with our head on the ground, our head not in the sky, right? And understand that we all need to reach some middle ground. And then, of course, Bruce Lee, the less effort, the faster and more powerful you will be, right? We need to start off slow and methodical with our actions, and over time they'll become powerful, right? Unlike what I'm doing currently by messing up my intros and stuff, right? But of course, before we begin, I need to read my disclosure. This program contains open dialogue and unscripted commentary. Guest participants speak for themselves. The opinions are solely their own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the host or this channel. Conversations may include strong language, conversational preceptives, and or emotional charged positions. The purpose of this format is dialogue, not endorsement. We expect all participants to follow platform terms of service and community guidelines. Personal attacks, threats, or calls for harm will not be tolerated and will result in removal. Viewer discretion is advised with the strong language possibility. And of course, thank you very much for being here in my stream here. Thank you very much for being here, Apprentice. Yeah, new background, trying something new. I have a few that I'm trying out here. TVT. Nothing big. It's nothing on my end. It was just something happened with somebody close to me. And so I just it caught me right at the end, right as I started. So I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? So I think we're all right, but, yeah, it was a little concerning. All right. And then Mr. B, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate you, in the engagement any way that I can from you. Let's see. And I think that might be everybody new in the chat. Thank you again very much for being here, guys. I appreciate. I know that Jake just went live. So when we get more viewers, maybe I'll have you guys go over there and hit like on his stream, give him some engagement, and come back to the stream. Because of course I don't want to take viewers from him, but I want viewers of my own, right? All right, so let me get over here. So I've got a little bit change up here, obviously, as you can see. I've got a little bit different layout there. All right. So as for my funny today, let me see here. I don't think I've been back this far in my showing you guys what I like to show you.
Might not be the same.
Of course. So let me. Okay. Yeah, it's all right. But yeah, this guy, Leonardo Capero, on Facebook, he had Big Daddy Leo watching TV or watching movies with Big Daddy Leo, watching with Big Daddy Leo, something like that. Anyway, sorry.
Everybody's always trying to get into the cookout. No, I get it. I get it. Food's delicious, vibe's incredible, music's awesome, and if you stay long enough, you might get to see a little bit of drama. And if you're cool enough, you get to take some food home. I get it. I mean, I'm not hating. I'm
not hating, but we all got to do what we got to do, right? Oh, and then of course, as I'm just realizing that, no, I changed it to live chat. I'm good. But if you haven't changed your chat from top chat to live chat, go ahead and do that now so that you can see everybody in the chat. And if you haven't said hi to me in the chat, say hi. And if you haven't liked, please like, subscribe, share, all that good jazz.
just saying, it's a weird way to get invited to the cookout. Either way, good luck with that. It's nice to have ambitions.
I might not be the same.
It's nice to have ambitions. And then this one's a different one that I've shown you. I like to bring new creators to the front that I enjoy, give them a little bit of credit. This is kind of funny and kind of sad at the same time. These are 60 years of failed predictions over the past years. The world's going to end this time because we don't do this, that, and the other. So.
Everybody panic. Today's humor is brought
Everybody panic. Oh boy, here we go.
to you by 60 years of failed climate predictions. And before all you internet scientists label me a conspiracy theorist for having common sense, I'm not saying the climate changing is out of the realm of possibility. All I'm saying is in the 60s, we needed to panic because a biologist who predicted oil would be gone in 10 years said unless we're extremely lucky, everybody will disappear into a cloud of blue steam by 1989.
Bruh.
Well, see, we didn't have the technology back then. We're not talking handlebar mustaches and riding penny farthings. We were putting people on the moon. Or were we? In the 70s, we needed to panic because the New York Times and Science magazine said there'd be another ice age by the year 2000. Now, I'm no scientist, but I'm pretty sure that the only ice age we've had in the last 60 years was voiced by Ray Romano. Brown University.
Yeah, pretty much. Looks like we got a few new people, so thank you very much for being here, Tara. Thank you very much for the engagement. Appreciate it. Looks like that's the only new person in the chat. And we'll get back to this for a second.
The Department of Geological Sciences wrote to Nixon warning him of imminent glacial temperatures, but not before. They said, panic, urban citizens will
That's right, Holmes said, panic.
need gas masks by 1985, and pollution will kill all fish. In 74,
All fish is gonna die. Oh boy. Hey Tyler, good to see you. Thank you very much for the engagement and being here, buddy.
we needed to panic because satellites apparently showed proof an ice age was coming fast. And 2 years later, the scientific consensus was a global cooling famine was imminent. And then in the 80s, we needed to panic because acid rain would destroy all crops in 10 years. Now, it was around this time that science threw a curveball sharper than Greg Maddox. They were like, ice age.
Nice age. Hey 47, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement, buddy. Thank you very much for being here. And Ducky, thank you very much for being here, man. Appreciate the engagement, man. Looks like that's the new people.
What? We didn't say that. We meant global warming. Because in 1989, the UN said we needed to panic for the Maldives would be on.
I like that. I like that spelling better, actually. Gouda. To see you, everyone. Gouda. Sorry, guys. I'm on a fucking weird ass mood today.
Water by 2018. In the 90s, they said, everybody panic. The ozone layer will be gone in 10 years. And by 2000, your hairspray would melt all ice caps and, quote, children won't even know what snow is anymore. In 2005, we needed to panic because Manhattan would be underwater by 2015. I know that's bullcrap. I just waited in line for half an hour there because my wife likes pop-up bagels.
Oh, man. What we do for our ladies, right? Good night. Yeah, exactly, Elmo. We were supposed to run out of oil the year that I was born. That didn't happen. And now we've got oil reserves that are supposed to be able to last for generations, supposedly. I love how it just flip-flops whenever they want it to. Anyway.
They are very good. In 2008, Al Gore told us to panic because the Arctic would be ice-free by 2013. Then in 2019, AOC gave us all Forrest Whitaker eye with the dumbest prediction that the world would end in 12 years. So that's what? 15 predictions right there. From some
15 predictions over the last 60 years. 15 that didn't come true. And yet we still need to panic because the weather is becoming all odd and the climate change is being caused by CO2, right? What plants breathe. It's got what plants crave. It's got electrolytes, right?
of the smartest people on Earth, not AOC, but the other ones. For you stat keepers out there, they're 0 for 15 on those. So forgive me if I don't immediately panic on the newest climate thing.
Exactly.
Now we got paper straw.
Yeah, and then they make us drink out of paper straws. And like I've mentioned before, the film on inside of that paper straw is not going to be healthy for you. It's not going to be healthy for the planet. There's no... I'm not saying plastic is good. Especially seeing the videos and stuff that I've been seeing from India coming out. Holy crikey. Their waterways are just completely covered in plastic. It's wild to me to see that. Let's see. There's more than enough oil chilling in the ground. We just haven't found it yet. Exactly. We just need to dig. We need to drill, baby, drill, right? We need to put those oil-filled workers to work and get it here, for that matter. In Manhattan did get flooded. It would be at least wash away the poop on the streets. That's fair. That's fair. Ducky, isn't the North Pole shifting to Siberia? Maybe. Trust the experts. Exactly. For the last 60 years, we've been told to trust the experts. Oh. All right. Let's see. It's never been easy with this cheesy. Some people will say you're a moonster with the puns. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's a good one. Let's see. Oil is bad for the planet. Oil comes out of the planet. Green idiots. Yeah, exactly. Where I don't necessarily, I won't say that oil is perfectly fine to be using at the scale that we are. It's definitely better than the alternatives. And like I've talked about multiple occasions, I don't agree with like the turbines and stuff. They're not beneficial in mass. Independent thinker, thank you very much for being here, man. Appreciate you and the engagement there, man. And then we'll finish this up real quick. And I'll hop in
to our lips because y'all are taking environmental advice from the Swedish Simplejack. Despite none of those things happening, Justin Trudeau has implemented a carbon tax on Canadians to save the world. The way it works, is you pay higher taxes in hopes that having a car is unaffordable. And he takes private jets. Don't need a telescope to see that's bullcrap coming from a mile away.
Exactly, Elmo. Ever notice how all of these panic moments have one thing in common? Make you pay more taxes. Every single time they say panic, something's going to happen. We need to get you to pay more so that we can prevent that from happening. But we're not going to tell you how by paying more is going to prevent that from happening, right? All right, so let me get back into my Discord here. I'll pull you back into this screen. Make sure that we're all good here. And Homestead, can you hear me? And then what we're going to do is I'm going to go in and we're going to just chat with one of my members until we get some people on the panel. So we're still looking for people on the panel. Please join the panel if you're in the chat and you'd like to be part of the prompts. Wish there was a better way. I'm going to have to figure out a way. Maybe I'll have to set up a screen for the prompts and I can just switch back and forth, or maybe one of like a window inside my screen so I can show the prompts so that people understand what we're going to be talking about. But I'll just read them off while we're waiting for more people to come in as soon as I can figure out where I put them in my Discord, because it's so extensive and it has so much going on. I never know where to look for anymore, which is kind of sad. But anywho, so here are our prompts for today. They're going to be movies and TV from the 90s and the 2000s made nerds feel like they could get women out of their league. We all remember She's Out of My League and all of those good-hearted movies, right? And then movies from the 2010s and 2020s made women feel like they are out of the league of the nerds. Now we have an epidemic of single men and women who won't settle for one another. What are the ramifications of this culture shift since the 80s, and how do we shift back? Topic number 2 is going to be in the past 50 years, who has been in majority control of USA foreign policy, UK, EU, or Israel? And of course, we might get into more of a depth on that one. These are just brought in from my members. So again, if you have any suggestions or you want to join the panel and you want to suggest something, please feel free to do so. I'm always open for topics that people want to discuss. So what the point of this is so that I can discuss things that people want to discuss, not just what I want to discuss, right? Third one is going to be how long after wearing a uniform for military and then retired does it become an issue, or maybe even stolen valor, to try to use that position that you once had to sway people? And that comes from a incident just recently where I think it was a Marine, ended up getting his hand in a locked door and broke his arm. But he hadn't had the uniform for many years, from what I understand. So we'll be discussing that. Let's see. And the next one is going to be, if you had $1 million, if you were to be given, sorry, that's going to be a little bit better way to phrase it. If you were to be given $1 million or could spend 15 minutes with Christ, which would you choose? Should schools be segregated from male and female and or different religions? And is UBI a safety net or a fast track to inflation and dependency? So we'll go ahead and hop in here in just a minute. And Blood Logos, so those are the prompts. Did you hear them? I'm sorry if you didn't. Let's see. Yeah, what I find is funny, we're sitting on massive oil deposits in the United States, yet we burn and refine everyone else's oil. It's like we're depleting their supplies so that we are the only ones with it. And that's exactly what I'm a little concerned about, to be completely honest. I don't know why we do what we do, because we should be keeping it within the United States as much as possible so that we get the money from it, the taxes from it, essentially. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Mr. B, for dropping that in the side chat. So if anybody wants to join the panel, the prompts are in the side chat on the in the side chat of the open panel channel. Now you have to go through the vetting channel to get to the open panel channel. I'm a poet and I don't even know it, I guess. But my feet show it, and they long, fellows. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Let's see. Yeah, all good shows back in the day. 3.5 Men, that 70s show. 3.5 Men. Sorry, yeah, 2.5 Men. What was I thinking when I was reading it? I used to like that show too. So you give me most of your money, won't bring back the sun to your yard. I don't know that. Yeah. So you give me most of your money. Yeah. Giving money back for taxes and things like that is not going to save our economy or our ecosystem. Sorry. For that matter. All right. So let's see. Oil won't run out. They actually go to drained fields decades later and find more there. Exactly. It's a renewable source. It's an actual renewable source. It does renew itself every so often. All right. So let me see. You guys ready in the panel? Okay. Cool. I'll be right there. All right. It looks like they're ready for me over there. So I will hop over into that screen and we'll get started on our panel. Again, if anybody wants to join, anybody that might have come in, feel free to get into the Discord. The link is in the description below. Get into the Discord. Go to Tater Talks Vetting Room, and you can be part of the panel if you'd like. And if not, don't feel like you need to be part of the panel. I don't want to make anybody feel like they have to be. All right, so I'll get over there and we'll start off. All right, Homestead, how are you?
Making it.
Yeah, me too. All right, so do you have anything that you want to talk about since you're not necessarily going to be a part of the panel?
Well, we can start off on that school one since that seems to be kind of the drama of my life right now.
Okay, so the segregation of schools.
Yeah.
Okay, so and again, this was brought in from a member, so we'll probably be covering it again later when that member joins us. But for now, we'll be chatting with these people here, and it looks like we do have a couple people. So if you want to visit with me, you're welcome to. But anybody can hop off if they want to. Is TVT having issues with the channel?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to fix it.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Okay. I mean, if you need anything,
Hang out until everybody's good, dude.
I appreciate it. Okay. All right. So segregating schools from male and female or religious sex. So what would we think on that? What would your take on that be, I guess, Homestead?
Oh, I'm totally for segregating religious and gender because I think it would eliminate a lot of the issues. Boys learn differently than girls anyways. So I think it would really benefit everybody because then you could gear the learning towards the boys that they need and the learning that the girls need can be geared so in separate schools that would work better.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. I actually agree with the school male to female segregation for sure. And if it were to go to religious, I think I'd probably say the same. TVT, since you just hopped in, let's see if you can maybe. You
Hey guys.
Okay, yeah, you're good. Okay, cool. Right on. So, yeah, do you guys have anything to say on that, I guess, while we're on the subject?
I didn't hear any of that. So.
Oh, okay, no worries. Now, B, are you having issues with the channel, or are you just not going to be there? You can just type it in the chat or whatever. Okay, so when we're talking about schools and how people learn, Homestead, since you're the female on the panel, how is your way of learning? How do you learn the best?
Well, I don't learn like other people, first of all. So I am ADHD. So I learn better watching people do it and then doing it right behind them. So I probably learn more like the boys do. I don't like sitting still. I don't like being trapped in a desk. So I would probably learn more like the boys. But my daughter, who is autistic, she's super duper smart. So you could put her in a desk and she could get it all done. She could teach herself if you just give her a workbook. So I do see the difference because I have 3 boys and the 1 girl. And I've watched them. I've got 2 boys that have already graduated high school. Thank you, Lord. So watch them struggle and I watch her not have to struggle, but she's struggling with social issues now.
Mm.
And then my youngest boy, he's doing okay for now, but I have him in football and orchestra, so he's busy.
Mm. Now, is Indy having issues?
All right.
You're
Yeah,
good?
I'm good now.
Okay, good. So yeah, actually that makes sense. So even that's the thing is school in general, it doesn't seem like it's really geared for people to learn in the way that we learn these days. Because there are so many that are attention deficit, right? We can't
Yes.
sit and learn anymore. That's really, and so we shove screens in front of them, right? We give them computers that are cheap because we can't afford anything better. And then what is that teaching them? Is that teaching them to actually think for themselves?
In a way, if they use it correctly, but who uses it correctly?
Exactly. Who uses it correctly? Exactly. So that's just it is we're shoving things in front of them so that it keeps them interactive, right? Engaged in what they're doing. But in turn, it gives them a route, an avenue to do other things that they shouldn't be doing. And if they're smart, then they can get into things that they really shouldn't be doing, right?
Yep.
So, Indy, you're the newer one on the panel. What's your thoughts on the segregation of schools between male and female?
As far as like male schools and like having
so like
male schools.
Well, and maybe not like the whole building being male and the whole building being female, because of the fact that we don't have the infrastructure to do that, for example. And this is obviously hypothetical, so either way, it doesn't matter. But yeah, separating the male teaching and the female teaching, because as Homestead just mentioned, she's ADHD, and so she doesn't learn by sitting in front of a book and reading it and writing what she's learning, right? How did you learn?
Both ways. I learned,
both ways.
You know.
Okay. Yeah. Exactly. So everybody learns differently, right?
Yeah, but that goes as a whole. I wouldn't say like a female and a male learns kind of differently. I would say a female can catch on more. I don't know. I like the fact like there was girls in my class when I went to school, dude. You know what I mean? It builds character. You know.
That brings
like,
up another point to me. If we separate the boys and the girls, we might have a longer standing chastity that would happen till marriage if they weren't flirting with each other all the time.
It's a good possibility.
I
I think
can't.
they wanted more. I think that would make them more secretive.
It's possible.
And,
it's
just-
good probability.
I think it's normal. Like I think like the average age is what, like fucking 15
to lose their virginity.
Yeah, for a male.
I probably see that.
Yeah, that's about what age I lost my virginity, I'd say. I think that's pretty normal in society. I think it's abnormal to remain a virgin. I don't think it's healthy, to be honest. Like chastity, to be honest, I think it's not normal to be a virgin until you're 30 or 25. You know what I mean?
Sure. Well, and that's an interesting take.
I mean, if you're going off a secular worldview, for sure. I mean, I can see how you can see that, but if you're going off a Christian worldview, I mean, we all know that sleeping around is not good for anybody.
Right.
Yeah. So, like, you see a lot of early Christians, like, they got married at a pretty early age, right? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. In more traditional times, people were getting married at 21 or 18 or whatever, like somewhere in between that age.
Right.
Thirsty to get rid of that, dude.
men wanted to have a family, and women wanted to have a family and raise kids, right? And that was what it was. So
Yeah.
and I don't think that
I
was
mean, there's
bad for
a-
anybody.
no, I agree, but it was, now in this day and age, less marriage and just more like, um, there's more like relationships than you see as than marriage, like as far as like a boyfriend and girlfriend with a child, more today than it is a husband and wife with a child, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I mean, how do you like? I mean, I'm a Christian. I believe in, of course, like it would be great in a more perfect world to like a husband loses virginity to his wife as the wife would to the husband. But that's not how it works, and instinctively, I think both are driven to
That drive is there, yes, but if they have the time to focus on graduating high school, they can at least be mature enough to understand how sex works before they go off and then have
no,
these kids out of
bro,
wedlock.
dudes who ain't been around girls like are weird.
And girls who haven't been around boys actually wear clothes.
Yeah, but yeah, and Christians are like, I mean, I'm a Christian. I have a daughter, and I'm trying to raise her. Like, I'm trying to raise her so she's not a weirdo. Right? Like, yeah, it, boys that just stay home and play video games in their room all the time. Yeah, they're going to be weirdos when they get around girls because they don't know how to be normal. So that's why you go to church and you
Yes.
have a community, and you kids playing together and having fun, and they're interacting with other people, right? So it's not like you shouldn't be cooping your kids up in their room or allowing them to do that in the first place.
No, I'm kind of talking more along the lines like being a teenager and not going to school, like or not going to school, not being in the same class as girls or even the same school. Like, say we did have the money to create the infrastructure of boys school, public girls school. Like, I think that would create a bunch of weirdos. I don't think it would prevent chastity at all. But
We already have a bunch of weirdos. What are you talking about?
Right.
yeah, because they're not around. Because they're not around. Like
Okay,
you
these
again.
boys, look, I have a 12-year-old, okay, and he is weird, okay, because he doesn't want to leave the house once he gets home from school. So when we take him out to eat, he can't even look the big busty chick behind the counter in the face while he's ordering his food because he's scared. It doesn't matter. And that's in co-ed. I'm just talking about let's set them up for success later in life by separating them so we get that obstacle out the way just for now. I mean, they can go through that in their early 18, after they graduate. They can start figuring that out when they're a little smarter than 15.
Right.
I mean, it's hard to argue against because I'm trying not to sound like a freaking degenerate. But
so
That's really hard for you, though.
so
girls.
let me kind of put in a little bit on it. So like for example, in the chat there, they're talking about it as well, right? Ducky, he waited 23 years, right? He was basically, I'm assuming, a virgin when he got married, kind of a thing, right? It's still a possibility. But like Blood Logo says, there's smut in our faces everywhere we look, everything that we do, and it's influential. So to think that we have the capability of curbing that interest, that lust, that's, obviously to each their own. Of course, I'm not going to say that I am good. I'm not even like, but now that I've gotten there, I don't know if I could wait to be married, but I'm going, I would like to try to. I don't know, because like Indy, I know the feeling that he's feeling, but we need to try to curb it as much as we can, right? So
Yeah.
go ahead.
I'm feeling, motherfucker. What the hell you mean by that,
No. What I mean is
even
we all have urges, we all have desires that we feel very strongly, especially as men with the testosterone that we have. So I understand where you're coming from. That again, even
I was just speaking as an instinctual level, like boys should be around girls. You know what I mean?
right.
Like,
Right, but you had mentioned chastity and the virtuous, basically that and so
I
we got
did.
onto that. Oh, it was you, Homestead?
Yeah, because that was one of the benefits I seen from doing that, because I unfortunately lost mine in high school.
Right.
So
Yeah, so did
I
I.
feel like if I didn't have boys around, might have graduated. Who knows?
Right,
But
but
no, I was
kind of
all
like
about the boys.
TVT says, it could end up just causing more deceit in your children trying to get around that, right?
but
Then you
So
need to
homeschool is
take them to
normal.
church and have a family unit.
y'all need Jesus.
Like,
Yeah, yeah, I
schools are
agree. I
normal.
agree to a point, but like at the same time, kids are kids, and they need guidance from us, right? So, or they're just gonna do what they're instinctually gonna do, right? And if you separate boys and girls, you're gonna create um, more of a wanting, right? Because they can't have it at that in class, right? So they can't have girls around, so they're gonna want to chase girls even more, right?
But
So
how do you
I mean,
know?
there's nothing in the Bible that says that we should separate boys and girls, right? Like, so I don't even get why we would do that.
It was just a thought.
Yeah, so like we were talking about before, men and women learn differently. Women on general, on again, generality, not the outliers like Homestead apparently, but typically they learn with the books. That's why school works mainly for women. That's why they're so educated and edumacated and all that good jazz. Where men, we like to be hands-on. We like to go work on cars. We like the auto shop and the welding shop and those kind of things. I was always outside. I never liked to be inside. That wasn't something I liked to do. So it's the question on whether, so the biggest one that brought this question to the front, it was ODJ, and he's younger, so he would be in the scene right now to be able to give us kind of a perspective on that. And he's still busy at the moment, so we'll see maybe if he comes in and gives us a take on that. Hey MPK, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement there. And Blood Logos, no, it's not that I want to test drive the car before I buy it. It's not that. It's just I don't know. I don't know anymore. Honestly, I've been without it for so long. Who knows?
I
Right.
just wanted to touch on one thing.
Sure, go ahead.
One thing that I do think that we should separate boys and girls for is physical education. I think that should be a separate thing.
Is what? Sorry.
I agree.
Physical education.
Physical education.
That should be a separate.
I
and
agree.
it used to.
Well, and so
it
this
used to be a female coach and a male coach. You know what I mean?
I think you're right.
It did,
Actually,
yes.
I remember that.
Well, even like
Well, not
even
when I was in school. Not when I was in school. It was who it was. It was just one coach. It was just one teacher, right? There was
it's
there
the
was
same.
no.
Same. I'm mid 30s and same thing. It was just one teacher, but before that though, like in the 80s and the 70s, like they had a female physical education and a male education, physical education.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way it could be. There's nothing wrong with it.
No, I agree. I like it. I like that idea. Yeah. I don't think though, like I think it's healthy to be in the same class as girls, shit like that. Like I don't think like a separation would be
Yeah,
right.
I agree.
I never met like somebody who graduated from an all boys school or went to an all boys school, but I would imagine that they would be a little weird around girls.
Yeah. So the way
girls are much better at school than boys.
Exactly. That's just it.
It's good to have them in.
Girls are much better at school than boys. So is it beneficial to segregate, or is it beneficial to have them there to help tutor the boys as they go through it? Is it
I don't know about tutor, but like
no, what I mean is like when you do group projects, you tutor each other regardless of what you want to call it. Right? When you get into a group project in your science class, for example, you're working together, which means you're feeding off of each other, which means each of you are tutoring each other, regardless of whether you want to see it as that or not.
Yeah, no, I could see it as that, but I wouldn't say like it would be like females tutoring boys, like, you know, like it would be a mutual thing.
No, I'm just saying like the women would learn from the boys would learn from the women. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? But without that commingling, it's like the left and the right now. Right? We're not commingling. There's no freaking common ground because we won't talk to each other because we're not around each other. So would that be what it would end up happening with segregating male and female schools, right? With that being said, like I'd mentioned earlier, would we be taking the school and separating the school itself or just the classes? Because if we were to separate just the classes and have some co and some not co, so for example, PE being not co and math, something like that, being co, where they can actually give you physical shit to do in math and actually get you interactive and you can both learn. And then that would be something that would be beneficial to have co. And then like, for example, history would be separated because that would be easier to show men. We go out, we do a freaking a war reenactment, right? And the women sit back at the school and learn from the books. That could maybe make sense in a hypothetical, right? We're not talking about ought or anything like that, but nothing on that. Nobody.
Yeah, well, I mean, you, like the average, like let's say high school, okay. So the average high school has like usually, well, here anyway, it's 4 blocks, right? So you get 4 blocks of classes, right, per day. Does that sound normal to you guys?
You're good. Go ahead.
I think. What do you mean, like periods?
Yeah. So you like usually high school is like you have 4 classes a day, right?
My kids had 9.
Yeah, I think I had 9, like 9.
Okay. Well, anyway, let's say for argument's sake, you have 9 classes a day,
right?
You know, you're gonna have PE in there up until grade 12, and then so you would have that would be 1, and then you could have like obviously like most of the boys aren't going to take cooking classes, right?
Exactly.
So you can have that.
You hope, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I could see like, you know, maybe like certain genres of classes could be separate, but for the most part, I would think that I don't see a reason why boys and girls can't study together.
Sure. Well, and again, like I said, I can see the benefit of it and I can see the detriment of it because again, I did not want to be in school. So if I had been able to learn history, for example, by going to a war reenactment, again, I can't think of anything else off the top of my head, but that would be more engaging to the male's mind than reading a book about it. I don't remember about history because I didn't learn it because I read a book. I didn't care to read it. It wasn't my way of learning. So I didn't really learn a whole lot, right? I know enough to get me by, but when it comes down to it, what are we needing in school? What are we not needing in school? What do we need to get rid of, for that matter? I think it was Blood earlier mentioned, Blood Logos has said it might help a bit to segregate, right? But there's much bigger issues with schools that should be addressed first. We have insane illiteracy rates. I'm a potato, guys. and leftist brainwashing. Not me, of course. But long story short, I don't think of myself as a scholar by any means. And I probably could have been, because according to what the testing I went through in kindergarten, I was testing at a college level, according to the psychiatrist that I went to at the time. I'm not saying shit. I'm not saying that I'm smart or anything like that. I just possibly could have been, right? And then I went to a very dinky town school, public school. I was homeschooled for a year because I was stupid and I fucked up and I got kicked out of school. And in that year, I learned probably more about life than all of the time in school. So I'm curious if this is the way that we should be doing it. Ken, like Blood said, we have illiteracy rates that are skyrocketing, and they're getting worse. It doesn't seem like they're getting better. You know, we had the whole No Kid Left Behind movement, and we've gotten worse. It almost seems like we have worse in results than what we did before that. And I thought that was supposed to be helping to make sure that no kid was left behind.
They don't give a fuck about the kids, dude.
No,
they really don't.
Well, and that
they put my daughter. They committed her to the pavilion here because she said some things because she was having confidence issues. They didn't call me. They didn't ask me if it was okay. They didn't have my permission. They called me to let me know where they were taking her. So they don't care about kids. They care about policies, procedures, and if you're paying your taxes. They don't care about the kids.
Yeah, I agree.
It's even more like all that too, but it's numbers, you know? So like if they could say like, you know, in their quota that they fucking have this child that they're taking to, you know, whatever your situation is, Homestead, don't get into it on here. You know, that they could put that in their quota that they did that. You know what I mean? Like they get,
I know they're getting kickbacks,
right?
Like that. You know what I mean?
Well, and
same thing with the school, though. That's kind of what I wanted to bring up, using that as an example as well. But the school, like the whole child left behind, the whole thing was because the United States has, as a whole, like the graduation rate was fucking plummeting. It's crazy. So I think it was Bush that did the No Child Left Behind Act, and I benefited off of that. Like I loved school, bro. I hated doing schoolwork. Okay. I never did schoolwork a day in my life, bro. I never did homework. I never did none of that shit, dude. But yet I was graduating. You know what I mean? Like you know, like I was still passing, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, and I so the thing, the biggest thing was they just pushed you through. They didn't make sure that you knew what you were doing. They just pushed you through.
And like, you know, for my district, at least my city school district, like even like my friends that I have like to this day, like from middle school and shit, most of them motherfuckers don't know how to read, dude. You know what I mean? Like they're in their 30s, these old and don't even know how to read barely. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's why I fully stand behind homeschooling as much as possible. Or like Ducky here says, you know, he signed his kid up for homeschooling through a charter and says it's amazing. So that's good. Good to hear. And then Trey, it looks like you just hopped in. Appreciate you being here and the engagement. And it looks like we have a couple people on the panel that just joined us. Tyler, welcome in. Go ahead and see if your settings are right. We'll get this figured out, I'm sure, someday. Maybe. Mr. B, can you talk? Are you here to join the panel or just be here to lurk? All right. So, yeah. Are you guys? So do we?
I can talk. I'm just trying to fix Tyler's stuff.
Okay. Okay. No worries. Okay. So, do we have anything else on that topic? I mean, like I said, it wasn't necessarily a topic that I had brought to the front. It was more of ODJ, and he hasn't gotten in here yet. So we can change topics I know that TVT wanted to talk on the past 50 years who has had the majority control. Did you want to talk on that, TVT, today, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is there anybody that has any concerns with that topic being brought up?
Still nothing.
Still no.
I think we just got to be careful what we say just for TOS, but yeah.
Okay. And I appreciate you mentioning that, and just try to keep me in line too if I say anything that I'm not supposed to, because I don't know exactly what we're going to get into here. But and then Tyler, if you can hear me, chat with what you see going on. Like, is there anything that I can help you guys with? I don't know exactly what's going on, so just let me know if I can help. Anyway, going back to this. So, is there anybody that has any questions about the prompt? Do you want me to read the prompt again?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in the past 50 years, who has been in majority control of USA foreign policy? UK, UE, or Israel? And then, of course, he just says, if anyone has a better way to put it, by all means. But that's basically the prompt. So, who in the past 50 years, who do we think has had majority control over the USA foreign policy?
I'm going to stay muted for this one because I'll get you in trouble.
Okay, I appreciate it. Any takes on it, Indy?
Nah.
Fair. So I have
said when you were listening to prompts before I hopped in here.
What was that, buddy? I'm sorry.
I don't remember that being a topic.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, it was the third topic down, I want to say. I remember.
Gotcha.
Maybe it was the second topic down.
Tyler, are you good?
Yeah, can you talk yet? No, still nothing. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so I did some digging into it, and I wasn't able to find much on it. And all I really found was it was just like basically America had, or U.S. had the foreign policy control. So I'm not sure what all you were thinking, TVT. I guess. What do you got?
I guess I was more like thinking like sway, not control.
Okay. No.
So I guess that was kind of a bad word there, but
you're good. And if you want to reword it real quick, you're welcome to.
Yeah, like who do you think has more sway
in
the past, right? Over American foreign policy. Not necessarily like, oh, that country has control over what America does, right?
Okay.
Kind of thing.
That's fair. So in the chat, it looks like Blood Logo says he's waiting for to just get vetted. So he's going to try to put in on this when he gets up here as well.
I mean, does it necessarily have to be another country though? Like can't America just have America's own self-interest in foreign policies? Because I don't see America following suit to any other country but America's own benefits. To an extent, of course.
Well, my personal argument was going to be basically that I know like a lot of people will think it's Israel, right?
Yeah, I know. That's kind of where I. That's kind
my personal argument would be that in the past, when the Democrats have been in control, they're so right because they're more WEF leaning. Right? And where does the WEF come from? Well, it comes from Europe, right? That's where it's all started, right? So those powers in the UK and Europe have been basically working against the United States while being an ally, but also working against the US. So, and that's what Trump is fighting around the world right now.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. So are we arguing, like, not arguing, but speaking of America as like past, present, and future type of deal, or like as it is now?
Or like past before Trump. Or like past before Trump, since when Trump has come around, right?
Yeah.
One second, gentlemen. Blood Logos, go and give me a mic check. Make sure you're all good.
Mic check.
Very good. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yep.
And did anybody else have anything else before? Because I'll give Blood the floor if you guys are.
Not good blood before.
Okay, if you want to go ahead.
So is the prompt which foreign country has the greatest influence? Was that the original prompt?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's clearly Israel. We've sent them more foreign aid than any other country by a lot. We've vetoed more UN resolutions critical of Israel than any other country. No other country's even close. And the lobbying power of AIPAC is far greater than any other foreign country.
Okay.
As we've seen in these recent comings.
Yeah, but you also know that WEF and European policies have greatly had an impact on America as well. You know, as far as Israel, yeah, they might have some influence, but that's because they're surrounded by people that want to destroy them. And you guys didn't fight in World War II to just let them be destroyed, right? So basically, I believe, and then that's, you know, people won't agree with me, but at the same time, like, I've heard Trump on numerous occasions, like, basically reel Netanyahu in. Like, he told him basically, like, hey, buddy, you're not the sheriff anymore here. I am. And, you know, yeah, so I just don't see Trump being bullied around by Netanyahu.
Okay, but the prompt isn't about Trump. It's about, what was it, the last 50 years, I think you said?
Yeah, it was so.
No,
so
put a number. He just passed.
Right. So
pre-Trump.
this is basically TVT's prompt. He brought it to me. So he can dictate it a little bit, right? But it says in the past 50 years, who has been in majority sway of U.S. foreign policy, essentially, UK, UAE, UE, or Israel. So
EU.
Yeah. Sorry, I misspoke there. EU, or the UK, EU, or Israel. And ULF, thank you very much for joining us. He says that first 25 years it was the EU, last 25 years is Israel, is his take on it.
Well, that's kind of where I was going to go. I don't know. I don't think that Israel has a big influence on us. I could be wrong. I'm not really exactly a scholar on Israel, you know, whatever. But I always looked at it as the EU prior to all this, you know, prior to even like Trump. Like, I always just figured it was the EU. I knew like Israel had power, but I never thought that the United States was Israel's bitch, like everybody's making it seem like.
Right.
Well, and it's, you know, it's not Israel that's been asking USA to fight all these wars, right? Like, it's been
Sure it is.
in Europe. In Europe, basically. Well, recently, sure, I agree. Recently,
The last 30 years, at least.
But you know, you guys were attacked. You guys were attacked, and you went after the people that attacked you. I don't really think that had to do with Israel. I think you guys did that on your own volition. But also other countries like Europe.
When did Iraq attack the U.S.?
Well, do you know where the information came from?
Yeah.
That went to go into Iraq, it came from Britain.
Netanyahu.
No, it came from Britain. Look it up.
And then while we got a minute, so Barn, appreciate you joining the panel or joining the chat there. And again, if anybody wants to join the panel, anybody is welcome to join. You just need to join the join the Discord, go through the vetting process with our the moderator in the vetting room, and then you can come on up. Sorry about that, guys. You can go ahead and go back to it.
So it looks like I can't post in the side chat here, but I have a Times of Israel article about Netanyahu talking in 2003, telling the U.S. that invading Iraq, they would find WMDs there.
Gotcha. So this is still in practice, but if you want to post that in like the general starchiness or something, that would work. We can check it out.
Yeah, and I'm also reading here that Britain may not have been the sole country, but they were the first to pass on info. British intelligence claimed that Iraq possessed usable weapons of mass destruction in 2002.
Right.
Did not originally solely from Britain, but British intelligence was crucial in promoting this key flawed and fabricated evidence.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it was obviously a collection of countries too, but
yeah, I mean,
who's in the fold, right? Britain again.
I agree with that. All the intelligence agencies, especially the Western ones like Britain and CIA and Mossad, they all kind of work together, So.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Well,
but yeah, I don't know. It's just my personal view, and I appreciate other views because I want to see where people are at in their heads, right? But
right.
Yeah, I actually agree that Israel and Europe has had massive implications on U.S. foreign policy.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, that's fair. And that's the whole point of these is to, just discuss, because again, I'm a potato, right? I don't know any of this kind of stuff. And every time I have a discussion, I'm learning more about my own country, let alone Canada and things like that. And I appreciate any information that I can get so that I understand my world better, right? So even though like it may seem like a hot topic, like it's not for me because I literally don't know. I don't have a position on that kind of stuff, right? So I appreciate the difference in opinions and different views. Do you guys have anything else on that?
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say too. Like I personally believe that that Britain really hasn't ever let go of the revolution, right? Or the rebellion.
By now, Trey.
Sure.
So I honestly believe that you guys are in Trump personally is in the last stage of taking down the UK's internal messing with America.
Gotcha.
So what I would say about what you're saying is even like during the Civil War in America, Britain, has helped the South during, the slavery trade and everything. They helped them through the Civil War. They provided Litchfield rifles in exchange of King's cotton. I believe like a lot of that was because they were sore about the Revolutionary War. They have some pretty deep roots in America, like beefing with America. Why they should hate America, I guess.
Yeah, like what better way to cause more destruction within the USA than to provide the South with weapons, right?
Yeah, right.
Because the North was basically bred from people that rebelled, right? So
yeah, and we had.
Yeah, I really don't think they've let that go like ever in 250 years. Right?
In America, you got to look at it too. Like back then too, like the Industrial Revolution, and like in the industrial complex type of deal was going all through the North. You know, like it was booming here. Like it was shitting on England, you know, and we're just fresh, you know what I mean? Just starting out. We didn't even have all the states, you know, like it. So, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why Britain would try to shit on America.
Yeah, yeah, and this is not like some kind of conspiracy nonsense, right? Like this is all like stuff I've researched on my own, and just
Same.
things that don't add up, right? Like that are going on, right? And even in the past, right? Like when the Democrats just swallow this EU stuff up, right? This WEF nonsense, green scams, and all that. That's where it all came from, and it's just it's burning the world apart, right?
Yep.
And I believe that Trump is literally like, that's what he's doing. When everybody's like, why is Trump doing this and doing that all around the world and blah blah blah, and it's like, well, he's fighting. That's what he's fighting
Sure.
in a lot of cases.
Well, he is. He is putting America back on the stage, on the map, dude. You know, like as far as internationally, um yeah, he's putting America back on the map. Like it feels more like we're an empire, kind of. I like that feeling. Not saying he's making it feel that way, but the way people are looking at us, because now we're putting America first on the world stage.
Right.
You know, um, uh,
Well, he's trying to bring the Christian world back, right? And
yeah,
and stop these WEF monsters from ripping the whole world off, and causing never-ending wars, right? Like,
Right.
well, we'll see about the never-ending war.
when he went to the UN, when he first got elected, and then he went to the UN and basically told them all off, like that was like the beginning, right? And then this past WEF conference he went to, that was like basically Trump was like declaring war on WEF, right? Like, like even leaders around the world, right? Like after his speech, went on their respective countries' networks and basically said like, hey, like the world that we had going is over, right? Like because
Yeah,
America has decided to not take part anymore, right? And
yeah.
America has the money, right? That's where all the money's coming from.
A lot of them said that they wouldn't, and then come out like weeks or later on, like saying like, yeah, we're gonna fall in line. I mean, you see it with Mexico, even like an example with it, like that Mexican president female, like always like, no, I'm not gonna do it. Then they just end up falling in line. Why? Because people know that they're our bitch. You know what I mean? Like, and we need
Mhm.
to start acting like it. We need to start acting like they're our bitch. Like who the fuck you talking about?
Yeah,
Uh,
well, it's the whole hemisphere, right? Like he's basically just trying to make a a fortress out of our hemisphere here, right? And forget about he's saying forget about forget about Europe and all those countries. Like we don't give a shit. We
yeah,
only care about our own hemisphere here. So that's what the
what?
shield is doing, right? This shield
Yeah,
of the Americas or whatever.
yeah. I think that's dope. And then, like he said, like that kind of gives you perspective when you hear like he's like, "What do we care about them? They're a whole ocean away from." You know what I mean? He
Yeah, and he
said that.
knows that they don't have America's best interest in mind, like I was talking about. And I think this year is going to be a big year. You notice how Canada wasn't invited into the Shield of the Americas, right? Because Canada is being punished right now because they're WEF, and Trump's just waiting. Was just waiting. Like we're not doing well up here in Canada,
Right.
and it's You know, if USMCA is torn up, which people are predicting is going to be, because the government here refuses to give Trump what he wants, and if that happens, it's over.
Yeah,
it's over for Canada, and it's either going to be China or US.
right.
Yeah, and I'll be damned.
And you
That's
guys
what
aren't going to allow China to be on North
no,
America.
and that's
So,
kind of like we have a sort of like a Bible study going, Mr. B and everybody with Revelation going to like China. It kind of makes me think with the AI and like that we are living in Revelations with AI is going to be like part of that whole thing. But with China on it, would I rather the United States accelerate in the AI or China accelerate in the AI? So it's like basically like who would you want to control the end of the world, China or fucking the United States? You know what I mean? That's kind of how I feel. I mean, like
exactly, and that's what I say to people here. You know, like when they're like, "Oh, no big deal having a trade deal with China," and I said, "Yeah, and it's no big deal for the U.S. to have a trade deal with China. Like they have the clout to back themselves up, right? So Canada doesn't have a. You can't have. You know, when you start the year off by saying that China is the biggest threat to Canadian interests, and then all of a sudden 6 months later that you're trying to make a trade deal with them, like they're just going to take all our oil. That's all it's going to be.
I mean,
They
whatever.
don't want anything else. They want our canola. That's it. And then they put 40-60% tariffs on our canola. So what the heck?
Right.
I think any country, every country that's against us is in China has to go down.
So, looks like we have a few newcomers in the chat. I want to shout out Foofy to you. She's been kind of null and void in a while. So thank you very much for the engagement. Appreciate you, and it's good to see that you're doing okay. Gamer, you're here. Good to see you. You're welcome to jump up. We talked about segregation of the schools, but we can retouch on it if you'd like to when you get in there. Oh, there you are. All right. Welcome in, Gamer. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. Do you have anything further on that topic? We can change it back to the...
When you say China, which China are you talking about?
That's a good question.
China.
The People's Republic of China.
I don't recognize that one as China. I only recognize Taiwan as China.
I agree, but because the United States recognized them in world trade, the People's Republic of China.
They are not the People's Republic of China, even though they're technically called that.
Isn't it the CCP or something like that?
Yeah. In other words, because the United States accepted the CCP as the government of China, because they bring them into the world. Taiwan is not China.
It's called the Republic of China.
I agree. I believe it is, but I'm just saying because
all the old exiled leaders.
Yeah,
because the CCP illegally took over China and they fought forever to get on the world stage, and the United States finally accepted to start trade. They recognized the CCP as China, the government of China.
Shouldn't we have not open trade with China?
I don't know if that's changing, but I believe the CCP is the government of China. That's the CCP recognized.
Okay.
My question is,
from China. What does that mean, though?
Like the People's Republic of China is China, and Taiwan's not. I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just saying on the world stage, the People's Republic of China is China and not Taiwan because the United States accepted them in trade.
Okay, I have a question. Oh, who just joined?
Tyler.
Oh wow.
You're good. Go ahead and ask your question, buddy.
All right. So, should we have ever opened trade with the CCP? Like, you were talking about trade. We opened trade.
Sure, why not?
I think in a smart national security way for sure. Obviously you don't want to be taking in their EVs and stuff like that, right? Or anything that's gonna, you can't trust them, right? Because they're hacking you guys every other week, right? So
right.
So should we close trade with China?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that would be a good idea. I mean, they're the second biggest market in the world, right?
Personally, I would love to close trade with China, but it would be very hard. I think in the long run, it could be worth it, though.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I would say cut them right off, right? But that would just kill the economy.
The first step would be stop buying shit from China. Close all imports from China.
Stop buying stuff from countries that are actively trying to destroy you. That's my personal opinion on the matter.
Exactly.
How would we
Real
make
quick,
up for all the
give me a
manufacturing
mic
that China
check,
does?
Tyler.
Yeah.
Well, people would be desperate. We'd need it. They would have to make it here, and if they don't, they'll die. They'll fail. Whatever.
Yeah, you guys used to make almost everything.
No other choice.
The United States used to make almost everything. They used to be, basically isolationists.
Well, I agree that we should make it here, but if the first thing is cutting off trade, how are we gonna?
It would have to be a gradual thing.
I don't think the first step would be cutting off trade. No.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. We would
it would have to be gradual because it's going to take you.
That would be devastating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to take you a decade to build the factories necessary to make up for that, right? So
it'll need to be.
It's never going to be perfect.
Off.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like
it might be easier to go to the barter system than to cut off China.
Yeah. Well, it's like Foofy says, it's almost an economical impossibility and could very well lead to economic downfall if done poorly. China is such a big part of our import at this point in time.
The important thing is if done wrong.
Right. Right. Well, and where I don't disagree with you about getting away from China in majority, there are certain things that we can't necessarily produce enough of for here in the United States by just the United States. There are certain things. I don't know what those are, and they might not be part of China, but we have to be careful on how we just start willy-nilly slashing the sword, if you will, right? It's kind of like the CCP going in and stealing China, if you will, right? From what I'm understanding, at least.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on this topic in any way.
Sure. I'm not either.
We should close trade with China and other countries like China, but I'm not sure on how to get there, and nor am I sure on which countries exactly we should close trade with. But China should definitely be one of them.
Yeah.
Well, and the problem too is that, like you're saying, like we don't know how to do that because, you still have Asian populations that are American citizens in your country, right? That like to eat Asian food, and you're going to see, lots of businesses go up, go down. Like, so I don't know how you would get around that. Right?
I believe it'll be very costly in the moment.
It's going to go on
in the long run.
Yeah.
The question is, will other people think it's worth it in the long run? And I have a feeling that will be no, which is very unfortunate.
Fair. Tyler, you had said something. I caught your voice, but I didn't hear what you said. Did you say something important or just mumbling?
Oh, sorry. No. I thought I was muted. My bad.
You're good. I figured that was the case.
I can hear you. Figured you guys can hear me. For some reason, my computer wouldn't connect to this chat, but it works in the other ones. I'm on the phone.
It was doing that to me last Sunday or last Thursday. I had to go into the vetting room to be able to hold the panel at all. It was wild.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, Discord's being stupid. But yeah, I'm glad to hear.
I've literally been in the other room all day hanging out with folks, and then I try to join this one, and it's like, whoa.
Right? Yeah, exactly. That was the exact same
What did
thing.
I break?
It was weird. It was weird, dude. Discord. I don't know. I'll have to maybe look into the free StreamYards, but it only gives you like 6 people that you can have up on your panel. So I like the more capability. I like to have we've got 6, 7, 8 now, and I'd like to get like 9 or 10 on the panel, at some point in time if I could. But anyway, long story short, yeah. So there's been a little bit in the chat. Fufi, China also has the relationship back with us, especially from an agricultural aspect. We sell an average of 200 billion in ag export yearly, and China buys 30% of it every year. So there are some benefits that we do have back from China, right? But how much farmland does China own in the United States, right? How much foreign?
Much.
Too much, yeah. As far as I'm concerned, an acre is too much as far as that goes, because if we were to own an acre in China, it wouldn't fly, right? So I don't know why we are.
You can't own land in China. It's only a 100-year lease.
Jeez, yeah, fair. At all, or just us. When you say that,
No one can own land.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. The Communist Party, whatever kind of idea, or
it's the people's land. All China's land back that they own in our country and give them nothing in return.
Yeah,
they shouldn't have had it in the first place.
Yeah,
I don't care. They can cry about it all they want. What are they going to do about it?
Yeah, well, and there's unfortunately a decent amount that they could do about it, but we won't necessarily go into that right now per se. But
I don't think they would want to.
I don't necessarily think that they would want to, but they could if they were to want to push it.
I don't think China's dumb enough to go to war with us over something like that.
Sure.
There is a way.
Being dumb and greedy are two separate things.
Right.
We can work off of greedy.
They can combine into one.
We can work off of it, and we can actually set up a system which brings all manufacturing home by telling all the companies that if they make stuff in America, they pay 0% corporate tax.
There we go, right there. Perfect.
Yeah.
Done.
Oh, but then the left will go nuts.
In China, they got to pay 40%.
But how will Pelosi get her millions?
Exactly. Yeah.
Fuck Pelosi.
What were you saying, Tyler?
That's where the left goes nuts, saying that Trump is being a dictator.
Yeah.
Oh, Pelosi doesn't get her millions.
Right on.
Yeah, Trump's a dictator. Trump's a dictator.
Yeah.
Fascist.
Fascist. Yeah.
Fascist. Yeah.
I could just start calling her Poo Poo Pelosi.
Where's all these people that so-called fascist is unaliving?
Right.
Where's all the millions of people that fascists unalive? Where's all that?
Seriously,
what
though.
Fascists? I don't see any fascists.
Exactly.
I might see a bunch of idiots, but I sure don't see fascists. And those idiots sure aren't who they are claiming to be fascists.
Yep.
I second that opinion.
I was just going to say that's the other thing too. If we were to offer what I think it was Trey mentioned, giving the corporate benefits to come back home, that's when the left goes nuts and says that Donald Trump is helping his billionaire. You know what I mean? Like they just can't help themselves.
Right.
It's like such an uphill battle. Even though everybody should be able to agree that it's a net positive for the United States to bring manufacturing back home, it would give a company any kind of benefit for doing it. That's just Trump helping his billionaire cohort, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, I mean, people are so dumb in that sometimes. Like when I listen to people, like tax the rich. And it's like, bro, like you realize how much taxes the rich already pay, right?
Already pay.
100%.
And it'll trickle
Yeah, 100%.
downhill. That's all it'll do.
Then money over.
Yeah.
Real quick
Yeah,
before
like I've said this to people before, like let's say like you made $1 million, right? Well, you're gonna pay what 20 to 30% tax on that. So then you're not a millionaire anymore.
Right.
Sure, there's write-offs, whatever, right? But so what, you want them to pay more? So you want somebody that made $1 million to have to pay 500 grand in taxes?
Right.
Like, give me a break.
Yeah.
Right.
But that doesn't mean I don't necessarily think like somebody should be able to make, well, I believe that people should be able to make it, but there should be some like, I don't know. There should be some give back, right? Like if you made 50 billion last year, like screw you. You don't need all that. Like give it back somehow.
Right.
But they're embezzling it, so
You
there's
made
no way
$1
to
billion
prove
a
it.
year. You can pay more taxes.
And they do.
And yeah.
And they also hire most of us, and they also
exactly
spend their money in our economy on the products that we should be building, at least the products that we're selling.
Right.
It comes back around like that, and they can't just take that money and sit on it because it actually costs them money to like not spend it. They need to have assets rather than cash in the bank. So they have to spend it. They go buy.
Most of it's invested back into the economy for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Again,
but
he goes.
Like I said, it's stupid.
Goes back into the petrodollar, which is what creates the structure that we have that's so powerful. So every time that somebody is using the petrodollar, it's ending up putting back into the American economy to a certain extent, right?
Right.
But on that note, real quick before we get back into it, if you haven't liked the stream, please like the stream. I'm not sure if we have any mods in the chat, but if you would like to keep me around, definitely, the grift for the grift, and that's the only that I'm going to do with that. But if you would like to support the channel, please do so. But again, like, subscribe, share is all I really care to get interaction with. And then we'll go ahead and get back to the conversation. Thank you.
Real quick, I gotta run.
Okay.
Oh, you gotta run.
I appreciate you, Blood. Did you have anything to say before you go?
Up.
Did you want to shout your channel out?
Not really. God bless you guys.
Okay.
Sorry?
Did you want to shout your channel out real quick before you go?
Yeah, you can find me Blood Logos. I stream and make videos occasionally.
Yes. If you haven't checked out Blood Logos, do so. Subscribe. Get him some watch hours and viewership. And I appreciate you being on the panel anytime. Again, you're welcome to come back.
Thanks for having me up. God bless you guys.
Thank you. God bless, buddy.
God bless, Blood.
Thank you for dropping that in the chat, TVT. Appreciate that. Okay, so where were we? Did you guys have anything else on that?
Well, I wanted to add, when it comes as far as it comes to like the billionaire, right? I mentioned that they hire all of us. You know what I mean? They give us jobs. They spend their money, but then by proxy, essentially, where they give us jobs, we have money to spend on the economy. You know what I mean? We have money to put into health insurance, whatever it is. It's like a force multiplier having these companies. The more companies, the more competition, the more people employed within our country making a good wage, not a H-1B scenario. You know what I mean?
Right.
Then we all benefit from it. Like I said, it's a snowball rolling down the hill, turns into massive. That saying goes, but
sure,
it's like that, But then like the opposite of that is no jobs. Everybody takes their stuff. Every corporation takes their business offshore. Then you don't have any revenue at all, and they're hiring people outside of the country. It's a force multiplier in the opposite direction. And so, we definitely need to bring back as much manufacturing as possible to within the United States.
Exactly.
For multiple reasons. You know what I mean? And not only, just what we witnessed during the pandemic, for example, when we needed PPE that we got from China, that we relied on getting from China, all of a sudden China's like, oh, nope, we need it. Sorry, we're not going to sell it to you now. And then now we're in a bad situation. We can't get what we need when we need it. And so we just can't put ourselves in that. It's national security as well as
yes,
building our economy.
Right.
Right. My thing too is that, like, as for the billionaires, right? Like how do we get the billionaire grocery store owners to stop raising prices, right? Because when inflation goes up, they raise the price up, but then they don't bring it back down.
Right.
Ever.
You have to grow your own and then start a barter system with your neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just being like, how do we get them to stop doing that, right?
Right.
Would be my suggestion. Would be your whole neighborhood. Everybody does something different. Someone has chickens. Someone has lettuce. Someone has broccoli. Like that would be.
Let me say something. Imagine living in a neighborhood.
Okay, done.
I can't because I haven't in many years. As in well over 10 years now.
Fair. But it's kind of like Elmo in the chat says, I've never gotten a job from a broke man, right? Where I am broke and I do own a business and I have employed people, so I have given people a job where I'm a broke man. Typically, where the jobs are coming from that fuels the economy and keeps it going is from the rich, right? If we start to curb the rich on their ability to make money, it's perfect example was a businessman. He was in the streets. He was asking, what do you guys think that I should make? And they said $1 billion a year, whatever. He's like, okay, I make that by September. So the rest of the year, I just take off and furlough my employees during that rest of that year because I've made what I can make in the year. How would that make sense?
If he's capped out.
Right.
No, exactly. If he's capped on what he can earn, why would he continue to do business for those remaining months of the year?
Correct.
And pay his employees for nothing. Like, that's not why people are in business. They're in business to make money.
Correct. So
I've never heard one person creating a business and putting all of their collateral and all of their, cojones on the line just so they can hire people and give them jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, there shouldn't be limits on what your capital does for you. You work hard for your money. You shouldn't make your money work hard for you, and that's what billionaires and millionaires do.
Right.
They make their capital work for them, passive income.
Right.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like MPK says, stop unionizing the grocery stores. Unions are the great scam in history, ULF says.
Yeah,
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Well, that doesn't exist here, but yeah, that sounds kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, if we're capping the people that are literally the 1%, the ones that are paying the most in taxes, and we're capping them on what they can make in the year, then it's going to cause a ripple effect down the line. And then those people, again, not only are they going to stop making money, but they're going to stop paying their employees during that time so that they don't have to worry about losing money throughout that year either. So I think that we need to do is we need to get back to a flat tax. A flat tax, right? You make more, you pay more. You make $1 billion a year, you still pay 15%, whatever, 30% that we end up deciding on. but you make $1 billion a year, and that's a whole lot more than what they're paying with their loopholes and stuff. You get rid of all of the deductions and all of the loopholes and all of the stuff and set it at a flat tax. So you make more, you pay more. That's how I think it should.
15% isn't even that bad.
What's that, buddy?
A lot of good companies, they take their earnings and they
Sorry, Tyler, hold on for just a sec. What were you saying, Gamer?
15% isn't even that bad for billionaires.
No, it's really
And
not.
It's fair, and it's more than what they're paying right now. It makes sense.
Well, and I don't know as far as what they're paying right now, because again, they pay a majority of the taxes as of right now. But there are a lot of loopholes, and there are a lot of offshore embezzlement companies, essentially, right? What were you going to say? What were you going to say, Tyler?
I kind of lost my train of thought, but I would say, like, as far as like loopholes and things, I mean, they're not really loopholes if they're in the tax code lawfully, you know what I mean? But a lot of these companies, what they do is, and that's why you got to be careful on like just a flat tax. And I could be wrong. I'm not a tax expert, but I understand it is a lot of companies reinvest their earnings back into the company to grow it, whether that's buying new, if you're in construction, you need a new piece of heavy equipment or you need whatever, they reinvest that back into the company, and then that inherently is a write-off.
Thank you, Foofy, for your engagement. I appreciate you.
You just got to keep that in mind, that most good businesses are reinvesting.
Get better.
A lot of the money that they earn, or at least a portion of it, back into like the company and growing the company, which should be a net positive for hiring more people, doing more business, being more efficient, overall improvement. And so
Tyler,
you got to give them their deduction, but
yeah, and
it's hard to say, especially because there's so many different industries.
The thing about the deductions is they can that's what the loophole is. That's where the loopholes are, is in the deductions. You going back and fueling money back into your company. What? That is literally how money laundering works. Literally, you just nailed it right on the head.
What I was about to ask.
So it's really hard to say that can be a deduction. Flat tax across the board. You make more, you pay more.
Hey, since we're talking about making all this money, what about that other prompt?
What about that other prompt?
Speaking of prompts, which ones have we done?
So we talked about the in the past 50 years with the EU and the UK. Let's see, the first prompt we haven't talked about. We did talk about the segregation of the schools, but we can retouch on that because I know you were the one who brought that to the forefront. So we can talk about that if you'd like.
We're good.
Okay. Alter just joined the chat. I appreciate you being here and in the panel as well. So if you'd like to speak, just make sure. Yep. Okay. Perfect. Do you have anything to put in on this before we get into something else?
I don't know what topic was.
You're good.
Oh, he loves to tax the billionaires. He wants to tax the corporations out the yin yang.
I'll add something.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
And we talked about this before.
I think being an American, no one should be okay with taxes. Like we overthrew the English Empire because of the tea tax. Don't be okay with taxes.
Tariff the shit out of country.
It used to be tariffs, and it used to be any wages and investments from overseas. So if any country invested, they should be taxed.
Our economy is so good that they would invest in us anyways. It would be good enough.
That's the type of change to the tax system that I'd be willing to see.
Doge did so good, they could have done even better, though. We just need
What's
Doge.
that new saying that's going on right now? No taxation until they start throwing people in prison.
Yeah, right. Seriously,
Doge is actually closed. Doge is actually still working. It's just not. It's just a different. I think they just changed the name or something.
Yeah, they renamed it.
And as far as I'm concerned, as far as taxes go, taxes are theft. I think we should do away with all of them. The thing is if we're going to have all of these socialist programs that we do, and unfortunately there are a lot of people that I know personally that need these socialist programs to stay in place no matter what. So we have to keep them in place. And tariffs may not be able to cover that. So how are we going to cover it if that's not the case? Right? So we're going to have to continue to tax to some extent. That's why I say the flat tax. Other than that, yes, get rid of it because it is literally theft.
I have a question.
I don't think it's
If
fair.
you had to choose a tax to keep and remove all the others, which would it be?
Infrastructure.
Purchases.
Sales.
I would say
Sales tax.
probably sales tax, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you
that's
gotta
what I
have
was thinking.
infrastructure.
I was thinking sales tax or income tax. Or no, definitely not income. No, definitely sales.
All right,
I
hold
think
on, guys.
tax should be scrapped. I don't
Have
think
to keep
anybody
on
should be taxed.
Well, then,
on their
and that's
income.
fair. What were you going to say, Trey? I know you started to pop off there for a second.
I forgot, dude.
Fair. Alter, I know you tried to start to say something.
Oh yeah, I was just saying. I don't think I don't understand the idea that taxes are like theft.
Okay, so let's say you just earned $1 billion and they take 50% of it from you. Isn't that theft?
No.
They take it from you without reason, other than it's ours.
I mean, if they take it without reason, like if a random person takes it,
I mean,
then
that's
yeah,
kind of what taxing is. They don't tell you what they're going to use it for.
well, you know
That's a
that it's
good
going
point.
to the government in
what
order
they
to keep
could be using
the
it
country
for.
running.
I mean,
Would
for
like an
all we know,
itemized
they
receipt.
could be using it to traffic little children across the seas.
Easy what you say, dude.
Yeah. Beware of TOS, buddy.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
gotta, you gotta be
You gotta be
aware of
careful.
that. This is we're getting into a couple of instances. We
I
gotta
think he's
we
okay.
gotta try to
I think
keep
he's
it.
okay there. He didn't say anything wrong.
I know. I'm just we gotta make sure we're
Yeah, we
keeping
do
an
have
eye
to
on
be
what we're saying.
careful.
Yeah. Thank you.
But yeah, a little reminder's okay.
Yep. All right. So so
Well, they did promise to take income tax away, right? It was only brought in for the wars, right? So they promised to
need
take it
that.
away and then they didn't. So in my opinion, that is theft.
I
The
agree.
Doesn't
government
declare
will
war
be fine
capital?
without our income tax.
right. Well, and that's just it is the income tax in America was not so it was supposed to be a temporary thing, and when it didn't stay temporary, it became a permanent thing. That is no longer what we signed up for, so it is essentially theft. You can't say that it's not when we're not agreeing to the stipulations.
Right, because ultimately we are the boss.
Right.
That's why these people that we elect are called representatives.
Correct.
Exactly.
Public figures, not
Why you
They're
get
supposed
put in
to
jail
leaders.
when you don't pay.
right.
represent
Exactly.
us.
I mean, I think that you can have you can have a take on how taxes should be spent and what form they should come in, right? But I think just having no taxes at all is just you just don't want to live in a society.
I think
don't.
the
Hey,
first
Leia,
tax
thank
is
you very
we
much
should
for
do
the
away with
engagement.
our income tax and property tax.
I would
Property
totally
tax
be
should be
okay
gone.
with living in the middle of the woods.
You're cutting out.
I would totally be okay with living in the middle of the woods and not paying anybody anything ever again.
I mean, you can.
Well, but
Yeah,
you
but I have to
can't.
get out there.
You can't though. Actually, you have to be
Well,
attached
to
to the
some
grid.
extent.
You have to be attached to the grid now.
Never mind.
In
I
what
was
way?
cutting. I was wrong.
There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen anymore.
Correct. Yeah, you can't get off the grid. You can't be on your own anymore. You have to be part of the tax system. So you can't just go live on your own. You have to be taxed. At which time, again, how can it not be theft if we don't agree to it being the case and they continue to take it or put us in jail by force?
Well, I mean, that's the reason why it's more difficult to completely like go off the grid is because like pretty
No,
much
it's
everywhere
not.
is owned by
Hold on, let me
by
finish.
some nation, right?
No, it's just like straight up not possible at this point to go off grid in the US.
Yeah, they won't allow you to do it.
Well, in the US, yeah. But
in Alaska,
in general,
Can
like,
you?
like you are able
I'm
to.
pretty sure in
do that
other
if you really want
I was going to say you're in EU, right? Europe. Are you able to
Yeah,
do
I was
that
about
there?
to say that probably
I
just
mean,
as
no.
bad.
If like okay, if I wanted to go off the grid, like I wouldn't do it in any like Western country. I'd go somewhere completely different. But like,
Oh, okay.
Where are
So
you gonna go?
so
Africa?
that's what I
so
mean.
what you're saying is if we want to move across the world to a completely different country, we could do that.
I don't want to do
Hold
that.
on, ODJ. Hold on, ODJ. Let me have a back and forth for a minute, buddy.
You good?
Okay, so what that's what you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody that wants to do that, you're expecting them all to do that?
I mean, I'm not expecting them all to do that because I don't think that all of them actually want to do that.
Okay. So what
You
about
gotta-
the ones that are pretty sure that they want to do it, but there's no I can't possibly just up and move from the country to a different country and start living off the land. I don't have the capability of doing that. But according to what they tell me, this is a free country. So with that freedom, I should be able to go do that on my own land.
Well, yeah, you live in a free country, but it's also a capitalist country.
It's
so unless you have the resources to do what you want to do, you don't actually have complete freedom to do what you want.
We can't live off grid. There's property tax.
Right. That's what we're saying is we live in a country that is forcing us to make it on the grid. We have to be on the grid.
I mean, yes, because
so at
you
that
live
point in time,
the country, right?
Right.
Like if you live in an apartment, you have to pay rent in that apartment.
So let me ask you.
That's what property tax is.
Go ahead, OGJ.
That's what property tax is. We basically don't own our land. Like, we technically own our land, but they can just take it away from us if we don't pay the tax. They could also put us in jail.
I think that in the US, a lot of the like skepticism when it comes to the government and like taxation by extension is, I think, like legitimately valid. And I think that's because the government in the US specifically, like I think people don't feel like the government is on their side. And I think that's like
because it's not.
Yes, I agree.
Let
That
him
is like
talk.
the correct feeling. Because the government, more than like most of the time, right, is subservient to the wealthy class, right? The scary fucking billionaires. Whereas in other countries, right, where people are taxed higher and are happy to be taxed higher, they actually understand that the government is working for them and they feel those effects of the government every day. So like I don't think taxation is inherently the problem. It's just like who is the government actually working for?
We shall agree to disagree. I won't go any farther.
Well, and like Leia in the chat just said, don't forget about eminent domain. If they want to build something or extend the road, etc., they will sometimes offer to buy you out. Other times, they will just straight out take it. Again, where is that freedom? How is that an optional taxation, if you will? So if taxation is not theft, like you'd mentioned, how do you consider it not theft if that's the case?
Eminent domain is most definitely theft.
Definitely, yeah. But it's a form of tax.
If you are raised in a country that prides itself on freedom, when it doesn't in fact actually have complete freedom like how you were promised, then I can understand how that can come off as theft. But like in reality, the US is a system, where you are not free to do whatever you want, right? And you can disagree with the system, right? And you can like advocate to change it, but the fact that you are in the system means that like you have to abide by it to some extent.
Yeah, that's the problem. We can't choose to not be in the system.
Right. So what
Yeah, of course.
What the conversation started with is we wanted to leave and be able to go off grid, and that's basically what we're saying is we're not able to do that.
Yeah, but that's just the nature of the system you live under.
Yeah, and that's the problem. We can't exit the system.
Right.
Then how is that free if you
How is
don't
that
have
free?
a choice?
Correct.
Well, you're not free. You don't have complete freedom. I don't think you have complete freedom anywhere in the world unless you.
I think the only way
legitimately do go off the grid.
I think the only way that you could actually live off the grid would be to be an Indian.
Or
Good
a transient.
possibility. Yeah.
Like you could if you were part Cherokee or something, and you could go live off the grid on the reserve somewhere, right?
Yeah, they still have that. I forgot all about those.
Yeah, like but as like a non-indigenous person, like it's pretty next to impossible. Like I even watch those shows on TV, and those guys still have to pay some form of taxes, right? And they still have to be on the grid.
They have a source of income.
Yep.
Yeah, if they're still in the
living-
US, then absolutely.
Yeah, well, we're all everybody pays taxes, right? Like even third world countries have to pay taxes.
I mean, yeah, but there are places in the world where you're just kind of not gonna be found, and as long as you don't have people looking for you, like you can do it.
Yeah, well, it's a select few of people, a very small percentage for sure.
Yeah, I don't think anyone
like 0.2%
to actually pull that off.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, Rain, how are you,
But
buddy?
I do have to go. My daughter is bugging me to hang out with her, so I'm going to go and do that.
Fair. Well, I appreciate you being here,
family
TVT.
first, man.
Anything that you wanted to
Yeah.
shout out before you go?
No, just everybody share the stream out, and send a few bucks Tater's way if you can. And other than that, thanks for having me up, and I enjoyed chatting with all you guys.
Thank you very much, TVT, for all that and for the engagement. Appreciate you. God bless,
too, brother.
buddy. Take care.
Cheers, boys, girls.
Right on. All right, Rain, you're the newest one in the panel. Do you have anything that you'd like to say starting off?
I've been listening. You guys have been having some awesome prompts tonight. I love it.
Okay, that's good.
But
I'm here.
Well, welcome in.
on the issue of taxes, like kind of what I feel the issue that we have the most is with property taxes. You're literally being taxed essentially 2 times because you're getting taxed by the initial purchase and then for owning it. So at what point does it just become, why can't it just be your property at a certain point?
Well, actually, you're being taxed 3 times because when you earn the money on the front end. But yes, you're right.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and it's like Mr. B in the chat says, you can live off the grid as a drifter, never really associating with anyone or owning anything. There's no way to own things and stay on the grid, stay off the grid, I think is what he meant. You have to move and be invisible. So yeah, you can do it, but you can't do it. You can't do it comfortably. You can't do it to the point where you can actually set yourself up to be in a position of being comfortable. Right? You don't have
definitely
to have
can't raise a family like that.
Exactly.
Then you're just
I'd agree.
And Peter, I think me and you are in the same industry with construction.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in
And
construction.
you know that with property taxes, what comes is greedy renters or people trying to get rental properties is what I mean.
Right.
So I think property taxes disincentivize home buyers and incentivizes home investors.
You're right.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Yep. I agree. Well, again, if you're constantly going to have to pay taxes on it every year, you are renting that property. You never own it in reality. And that's the whole point of the American dream, is to own property, to have that white picket fence and those 5 kids and that beautiful wife and those 2 cars or whatever kind of a thing, right? That was the American dream. But yet from the day that of conception of taxes, that was never possible because you're constantly renting for the rest of your life. Not only that, but taxes.
You're getting into feminism too after that.
Yeah. And you've got the taxes going up constantly with inflation, and with the doubling the workforce, that causes more inflation, and that brings up the property taxes. So the people that worked their whole lives and expected X amount of taxes per year are now paying 3, 4, 5 times that much on a fixed income where they never expected that to happen.
Hey, Tater, would you say that is a good demonstration of bad democracy, since most property taxes are voted on by the people that live in the county or the city?
Yeah, that's actually a good point, Trey. I'm pretty sure I've spoken out against democracy a time or two, because the majority of the people shouldn't be able to choose what happens with the few other people, basically. If you have the majority of people, just like we have now, we have majority of lefts that are voting for weird policies that keep getting us further and further into degeneracy. So if we restrict the voting back to people who are logical thinkers again, real quick.
You know what I did is I noticed where most of my property taxes went, and I quit my job, and now I work for that school.
Fair. That's
so I pay
smart.
myself.
That's smart. Smart.
W.
Yeah. Win. Yeah. ODJ, you were going to say something, and I kind of kept interrupting.
No, it doesn't matter.
Rain, did you have anything?
Well, like when you think about like property taxes, there's no return on investment that you get from property taxes. So let's just say me myself, I buy a 3-bedroom house and I pay the property taxes for 30 years. I don't get a discount on city water.
No, there's other things that you do benefit from, because some property taxes pays for fire department or police department or sewer lines or water lines or power lines or underground internet or above ground internet.
Don't we already power lines though? We have an electric bill. Same with water bill.
That's correct, but when population increases, you have to expand.
So it's basically saying the population expands and we're going to punish you.
Socialism.
No, it's all voted on though.
Right, but like some things are set in stone.
If I might add, we're about to vote, hopefully, on that here in Florida to get rid of property taxes, which if DeSantis pulls that off,
you're going to get busy.
And it's going to make him, you're going to get busy, but it's going to make him an excellent presidential candidate with that type of resume.
Right.
Yeah, people are going to want that federally.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he can do it on a state level, if he's willing to, what would stop him from wanting to do it on the federal level?
I've looked at DeSantis. I like him. Too bad I don't live in Florida.
You're gonna soon. I'm just kidding.
I lived there for 2 months of my life. A lot of my family lives there, though. I was born there.
You're gonna get real busy real quick.
I have family that lives in the same town as Tyler.
Oh, right on.
Oh, nice. Well, don't say the name of it.
Yeah. Don't dox nobody. Yeah.
Tyler lives in China.
I live in China. China's asshole.
China. All right. So do
we see that lady the other day?
That's funny. Do we have
viral
anything?
Video of the lady in the kitchen.
What was that? Sorry. You're good. Go ahead.
I just asking if you guys saw that viral video that old Asian lady in the kitchen.
I guess not.
Talking to like one of her grandkids, and she's like, "You vote for Democrat? Never vote for Democrat. China's asshole or whatever. Democrat is asshole."
Yeah, the Vietnamese lady.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Demon rat.
I butchered it, but it was funny. If you haven't seen it, definitely.
Yeah, I might have to check, see if I can find it.
Sorry, that's kind of derailed, but
You're good. No worries. Did we have anything else on that topic?
For me.
Well, let me ask you guys a question around the lines of property taxes
Okay.
and what the property taxes funds with the you know how like some cities fund the stadiums in the area? Like I'm pretty
Yes.
sure. Do you not think that every citizen of that city should be entitled to a ticket to one game in their lifetime?
Maybe.
Or yearly.
Maybe. But one thing that I know about this is stadiums are a commodity. They bring way more dollars to that city's economy with it than without it. I'm from Kansas City. I'm 100% familiar with. I don't live there anymore, but 100% familiar with how this works. And there's this common misconception that locals fund these stadiums, which
How is that believable when the beers are $18 a piece?
Right?
Well, it's because they vote. It goes to a vote, right? And so, for example, the Kansas City Chiefs were located in. Well, they still are, but they're moving in 2030. But they're located in Jackson County. So Jackson County residents actually do get discounted ticket prices, so they do see somewhat of a return. But when they voted, how the measure was written was the taxes that were collected essentially to pay for the stadium came from hotels, taxis. This was before Uber, right? It was taxis, hotels, and basically things that revolved around tourism. So it was only folks that were visiting your city that were actually paying the tax that went to the stadium. A lot of people didn't understand that, and they just say, "Oh, well, we shouldn't pay for these stadiums because billionaires just make so much money off of them." But the reality is, when they build a new stadium, within 5 years, they get a Super Bowl in that stadium, say it's football. That immediately injects roughly $10 to $20 million into that local economy just the week of the Super Bowl. So there's tons of return to the local citizens. And like I said, those local citizens didn't even actually fund it unless they stayed in a hotel in their own city. Some of that does happen, but not as much as folks from outside of the town. So like, yeah, it might seem weird on the surface, but the return versus the investment versus the way that they write it, you got to have smart people to put it on the measure properly.
Sure.
But it's not as greedy as people like to project it to be.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, you kind of
Yeah.
educated me a lot about sports stadiums, so
Yeah, that's pretty useful information. Not gonna go tell people that when I don't forget it, if I ever need it, which I won't.
Right.
I know some of those stadiums, a lot of the times they'll vote and then they'll sell bonds to help build the stadium. And anyone can buy a bond and you just carry it for 10 years and it matures. And then you get X amount of percentage return on it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's
I
interesting.
guess like when
We do
I
the
talk
same
about
thing with
like
schools.
when I talk about like the city incentives, like when you're trying to convince a population, like, hey, it's a great idea because look at Oakland. I'm pretty sure Tyler is more familiar with it than I am. But Oakland has lost like I think all their sports teams.
Yep.
Because
The Vegas.
Because the people in Oakland were not willing to work with like the teams or something. But that's because there was no incentive structure. Like, hey, yeah, we're going to tax you a little bit more, but like, if you're a baseball fan, we'll make sure you get one season. We'll make sure you get a upper deck ticket to a game.
Which I think that'd be great, honestly. I mean, I would support that.
I think that makes.
Yeah, I'm not asking for like every citizen to get a front row seat, but if you've been living in a city for more than 10 years and you're paying those property taxes, I think you deserve one football ticket.
I think it's more than one.
I said at least one.
Actually, yeah.
I think we should boycott sports because they're just a bunch of dumb things to watch. But what do I know?
Hey, soccer is the greatest sport on earth.
That's kind of based.
All right, now somebody kick him out of the chat.
It's the best sport. Still doesn't refute the fact that sports are a waste.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you guys what I spent on World Cup tickets.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Let me guess, you spent $20 on each beer too.
That is about the going rate.
World Cup hasn't happened yet.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be $30 by the time you get there.
Maybe 50.
Yeah, right.
Terrible.
Jesus, for real. Yeah, like Klondike or Almo in the chat just said, maybe cut back on the free pipes and paraphernalia and use that money for something else. Like, oh, imagine that. Yeah, right. So much money that we put into federal funds for that kind of stuff to end up being what it's spent on.
I mean, it's kind of an important thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's not.
Getting people out of like.
Yeah, getting them out of it, not keeping them in it, and all it's doing is keeping them in it by giving them something to get it is giving them something to keep in it.
You're enabling them.
You're enabling
if you're
them.
just giving them free paraphernalia. You're enabling them. If there's no consequences, then what's the point of not trying?
I mean, consequences in the form of like punishing people for doing that kind of stuff usually lead to worse outcomes overall, even if it doesn't feel like that.
No, I grew up where my parents were using intravenously, and my dad would go get free needles from the health clinic. What was his incentive to stop? He had two kids at home, and now he gets free clean needles without having to go into Walgreens to buy them, and less embarrassment. And now he gets clean needles so he doesn't have to worry about AIDS. Like, why can't he worry about the AIDS? Huh?
You make a good point.
Because
that is a good point.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna do drugs, then you get everything that comes with it. You shouldn't get free shit because you want to go spend your milk money instead of feeding your kids.
Exactly.
Yeah, but people statistically will still choose drugs over their kids, even if they put themselves in danger.
So
not every time, though. If you could save one person, one matters.
That doesn't save people. It statistically, it doesn't. More people die from like using drugs if they don't have like safe access to drugs. And then if you go further,
safe access to drugs, I cannot with you. I cannot with you.
I'm sorry, Archer. You're kind of the problem.
The contradiction of you're enabling illegal action. It's illegal to do these things. You get thrown in jail if you get caught doing it. Caught doing them in public. Everything.
The other thing, if you make these things illegal, then people are less likely to seek out help.
Meth is illegal.
Yes, but I'm saying if you treat these things as like crimes, then people are less likely to go out and get help.
No, that is the incentive to get off of them, because then you can't live a life without worrying about every person is a cop.
Aim is a powerful tool. That's for sure.
Alter, I would suggest reading the statistics in. There's a state in the United States that legalized all drugs and see the impact that it happened.
Yep.
And it was at Oregon
Downhill.
and Washington.
Yep.
Downhill.
And they shit in the
Downhill.
streets, dude. They shit in the streets.
Thousands of people dead.
Guys.
Thousands of people dead.
Remember to give each other room, please.
As someone who is in active recovery, I understand what each one of you was saying. Even Alter, never thought I would say that. But like, the thing with addiction is the person living in it doesn't know they have it. And I'm not saying, Homestead, your story, I am so sorry you had to deal with it. But there is
the biggest thing is we need to have some compassion for these people, but we need to make sure that they understand what they're doing is wrong. Like you said, they may not understand that they're in addiction, but by giving them free clean needles and free access to the things that keep them in it, yeah, they're going to go out and they're going to find it however they want to. That's their choice, but that's their repercussions in the end as well. It's not our tax dollars to pay for them to keep going into that.
Oh yeah, but like,
And I'm not talking to you, Ray, of course.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're good.
I
Go
was
ahead.
just saying, I 100% agree with what you're saying.
Sure.
I really do think, and I know you guys can call me a socialist, libertard, whatever, but I think there needs to be more government-funded addiction centers or rehabs.
Rehabs.
I would
agree with
I would
that.
I would totally be on board with them having more services for recovery than services for using.
Correct.
Yes, I am with you 100%.
We need to get back
Absolutely.
to the actual asylums, essentially, whether that be mental asylums, drug asylums, whatever it is, you are locked away until you're either clean or you prove that you can do it on your own. If you have to have clean needles given to you, you're locked away so that we keep track of what you're doing. Because I understand that stopping cold turkey on some things will literally unalive people, and I understand that. But that's where we need to lock them away and keep them from themselves, essentially. What's the difference between that and the prison system with criminals? Because again, it's a crime.
Well, and it ultimately comes down to spending. I would much rather spend on rehabilitating Americans that are struggling, that want to get better,
exactly,
than funding a gender study in Sri Lanka or some frog study, global warming study in Africa or South America or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
Yeah, and you guys know what I think was you remember the show Intervention?
I remember the name of it. I never actually watched it.
Yeah, I think when we talk about like funding stuff, I think we need to really like fund stuff like that, which teaches people the horrors of addiction. Because Homestead's story is going unknown about like someone who grew up around addiction. And I think like the stat is like 1 in every like 30 people that walk into AA like will stay sober. But like there's not enough research done into the brain of the addict. And like you guys are saying, it's all about enabling. Most addicts come from a place of a lot of like mental health issues. So that's one thing I will agree with leftists on is we do have to do a better job of helping them. I don't agree with the needles, don't take me wrong, but I think the answer is in the middle.
That's what I'm kind of saying, yeah.
I think you guys should look at Portugal's decriminalization of drugs and the effect that has had.
Isn't that the way politics used to be? Same goal, different approach?
Yes.
Not how they are anymore, though. That's for sure.
We don't need to look at Portugal, and then Portugal's completely different than America. because we can look at states in America that already legalized it, and we can see the repercussions of it. Less tax dollars for schools, less tax dollars for police. People can do all the drugs they want. You can actually be revived with a magical Narcan and then overdose
And then
again
you
if you want.
have millions of more people with my story.
Yep. Well, and not only that, but I remember hearing centers where you could go in and apply these, you know, extracurriculars, and you would be overseen by a doctor so that if you did overdose at the time, they could revive you at the moment. And how much money are we spending on these on-the-call doctors sitting there waiting, because doctors ain't cheap? So like Trey said, that's less money going into infrastructure, into police forces, into what we need to survive. All of us, not just you because you chose to do something that you shouldn't have in the first place.
That's, I don't want to, I agree with everything you said, but let's just say, like, no one wakes up in the morning and says, "Oh, I don't want to do this narcotic."
That's not true. My dad did.
Tons of people do, and tons of people do it with other lower drugs like coffee
once
and
they're
caffeine,
already addicted,
cigarettes, alcohol.
Well, what drug names am I allowed to say on your channel?
I'm not real sure, to be completely honest. I'm just trying to avoid the TOS words. You know me, I don't like talking about a whole lot of swear words and stuff like that, but I just don't know what TOS is.
Okay.
You should require people to read the entire TOS before coming on here for the first time.
Well, my dyslexic self would have never made it through that.
I was going to say,
okay?
I'd never have anybody join the panel if I did that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I read the whole TOS.
If I said the H drug, will you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do at least. Yeah, I'm pretty sure probably all of us do.
No one actually wakes up when they're 16 years old and says, I want to do the H drug. I want to do the C drug. I want to do this drug.
Some people do.
Well, they do, but it's a chain of events that leads to it.
Sure. They don't just wake up one morning and that's suddenly the decision. I get what you're saying. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a progressive, progression that goes through, but it's obviously to each their own what happens to them that causes them to get into that, right? They don't just wake up and do it, but they can literally start from one day to the next and be doing that. It's not like there's a gateway that they have to go through, right? A lot of people say that. I'm not saying that you are saying that, but it's the fact that, so for example, I dated a girl that did the M drug, right? And it was before I started to date her that I knew that she did this, and I met her and they were all doing it. And I'm pretty sure I talked about this once before on one of my streams, and they were like, and they just kept passing it past me. And I was like, what is this? And they're like, it's shit. I was like, what? It's shit. I was like, what is it really? And they told me, and I was like, why do you call it shit? And they're like, because that's what it is. I was like, why the fuck would you smoke it? And I just left, right? But the fact of the matter is that could have very easily been the day that I had started, because of the person that I was dating later on. I didn't have anything for her at the time because I was in a relationship, but I ended up dating her later, right? And so she cleaned up and she was reformed, supposedly, right? I don't know the whole story behind that. But long story short, if I had wanted to, if I had been more beta, whatever they want to call it, I would have been possibly incentivized into starting the M drug for no reason, just to impress somebody. So where it's not just, starting the day, waking up one day and thinking it could be from one day to another.
Well, and my kids are crushing up Smarties and snorting Smarties, and they're like 12 years old.
Yeah.
So if they're doing that right now, they're doing that right now.
Right. Well, and that's also.
I'm going to tell you right now, that is a very common occurrence to see at schools.
Right.
I saw that all the time when I used to be in middle school.
Well, and
I've even seen some high schoolers do it.
I even remember it when I was in
So the
school.
point, my point is they're
Or like
desensitizing themselves to
Exactly.
it.
That's just it. Is again, you're not waking up one day and doing it. It's the fact that all through school, it's been destigmatized into thinking that Smarties or pixie sticks. I don't even know if pixie sticks are a thing anymore, but that was one of the biggest things that when I was a kid that they used to use as the lines, right? They use pixie sticks. And I think I did it once.
But if you're not scared to snort sugar, then you're not scared to snort sugar.
Right.
I remember.
Right. And that's the problem is I tried it once and it burns like a mofo. Right. And I can imagine that's what it feels like. So every time you do that, it's going to desensitize you for the time that somebody puts it in front of you and you go, well, I'll go ahead and try it. And you try it and it doesn't burn your nostril and you go, now I get this really weird feeling and it's fun.
And then all you need is one hopeless day, dude.
Exactly.
One hopeless day and the devil to cross your path.
Exactly.
In that one moment, dude. And then it's gone. And then what?
Exactly.
Well, I really hate
And then you get free needles. Like, come on. Do you see my problem with it?
Dude, Holmes said, I am 100% with you, and I don't mean to derail your panel, Tater.
You're good. You're not derailing it. You're good.
Can I just throw a question to the panel?
Well, it'll depend. I
Do
guess
you
it
guys
depends.
think?
What do you got?
Do you guys think that?
How do you feel?
I don't. I want this quick. I want to make this sound perfect.
Let Rain speak.
You know how we say that free speech should be absolute, and with free speech comes the entertainment aspect of it. Would you guys be cool with a rule on entertainment where rappers, rock stars, are not allowed to talk about drug usage because of the effects it could have on normal civilians?
No.
No, because that's still limiting free speech.
Correct. It's up to the parents.
As
Parents
much
need to
as I
step back
feel
into
like
their
it
roles
would
and
be
start doing what they're
beneficial-
supposed to be doing. It's on the parents,
As
and it
much
needs
as
to
I
be.
feel like it would be beneficial, I think we should just frown upon them doing it. That's my solution.
I was gonna touch on that because it is a lot of it is culture based. Because if you were a young child and you lived in the Philippines or in Southeast Asia, you'd be addicted to probably the betel nut, and you'd be working in the field.
Yep.
But as a kid, kids nowadays are addicted to caffeine, and a lot of them have side effects like heart murmurs, holes in the heart, because of that.
Indeed.
And then they get addicted to other drugs.
I agree that that we shouldn't limit free speech in that way.
I drink coffee every morning, but that's different. These kids are drinking all these energy drinks all day, every day.
I don't drink coffee, but I do drink energy drinks. Just one a day.
Yes, that scares me
Energy
too,
drink is
Ducky.
objective.
That scares me too.
But dude, these guys are bringing like 4 energy drinks to school, and they drink them all within the school hours.
Yeah,
What
that's
brand
dead.
energy drinks?
They'll be dead.
Sorry about those beeping, you guys.
You're all right.
Oh, you're good. Okay, so having known that from what you all just said, and I think I heard it best. Like culture does influence this. So if we're not willing to limit the culture aspect of things, can we really complain about the outcome aspect of things?
I mean, I think we should still work to alleviate the outcomes. Even if we can't specifically do it in that way, there are plenty of other ways to do it. And I think that it's important to look at the problem of drug usage as less of an individual responsibility thing and more of like a systemic problem.
Right, but that's kind of where the culture comes from. Culture comes from systemic issues. So if the issue is systemic, where our freedom of speech and allowing anyone to say whatever they want to say is leading to this issue. Would it not be okay to kind of put a limit that, because there's already limits that you can't smoke a certain number of cigarettes in a movie. So what's to say we say don't allow rappers to talk about this drug, and this drug?
I mean, I think that would
Welcome back, Terry. Appreciate you.
But I think that the freedom of like personal expression, especially through the form of art, I think is just like a very important thing for humans in general. So I just don't think that would be an option.
That in Britain?
Do I have what?
Do you have those freedoms in Britain?
Which freedoms?
The freedoms of expression and speech? I'm pretty sure you don't.
I mean, for the most part, there are places where the government does and has done stuff that I very much disagree with. And
Okay, so
speak out
if I
against it.
go and say a bunch of, say, offensive slurs to someone that it stereotypically offends, can I go to jail?
I mean, probably, yeah. I don't think you should go to jail just for being like an asshole.
Okay, at least we agree that you shouldn't go to jail for that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, that's good.
Mhm.
But the Britain, I don't like that about Britain.
I mean, I don't like the current government.
And that's part of why I disagree with the idea of restricting what rappers say. Do I think we should frown upon what they say? Yeah. Because I think it's inappropriate and it sounds dumb and it can encourage others to do such things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where we're supposed to culturally shame these people on the front end. It doesn't necessarily need to be a law.
See, that's
bring back bullying.
You're good. Go ahead.
Oh, I said bring back bullying. You can have bullying where you bully mannerisms out of people that you don't like, and people do it all the time.
That are counterproductive to the growth of society, healthy futures.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether it be obesity or drug use or a number of things.
Yeah, I think it is important.
It's a good preventative measure, especially when kids are young and impressionable. Yeah.
I think we can achieve that without bullying.
When I was younger, I had a legitimate fear of fat people. And I mean legitimate.
Alter, did you just say we can accomplish that without bullying?
He did. He did.
I did say that.
I don't know, dude. It's pretty
You
hard.
would still have to bully someone.
It's just a definition of bullying. We have to call it bullying. It's a shame.
Have you ever had chickens? Like there's a pecking order.
There's a pecking.
Literally.
Yeah, that's literally why it's called a pecking order, is because of chickens.
Bullying helps these awkward kids learn social skills and what is socially acceptable, what is not, and it forces them to be in society.
Social skills without
it can go too far.
Getting bullied.
Well, nobody tells them that they're wrong. They say, "Oh, you're just a beautiful young lady." Whenever it's really a mullet, for example.
Exactly.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, you got to give each other room, guys. As soon as one starts talking, it cuts out the other mics. We can't hear each other. Not sure who was the main one that was asking the question to Alter there.
Oh, I was asking Alter.
Mm-hmm.
You said you can't bully to get the proper outcome.
Yeah, I think you can. There are more effective ways of achieving that.
So would you punish the bullies?
I mean, yeah, if they're bullying someone, if they're being an asshole to them, yeah.
So you would bully the bullies?
Well, I think what Alter
I
in
don't think
so
that
many
would
words
fit
is
into the definition of bullying.
I think what Alter is trying to say in not so many words is there's a difference between bullying and shaming, and that line is so thin that even though like we can bully with good intentions, but when it crosses the line of shaming, that that damage is pretty detrimental too.
Yeah, like
I agree.
I think like making people realize that like something about how they live their lives is wrong, right? Like if they're doing something unhealthy, right? I think making them aware of that is fine. And I think that can be accomplished without bullying. But bullying can often go beyond that and make them feel like they cannot change, and kind of even like lock them into that habit just because of them feeling like shamed and like an outcast, right?
I don't know. I don't know if children think like that or not.
I mean, yeah, absolutely they do.
The will to fit in, I think, would supersede that.
Well, even
Second
as
that.
adults,
I mean, for some, maybe.
well, even as adults, like we don't want to feel shamed.
But that's the thing is we don't want to doesn't mean it doesn't need to happen. Just because we don't want to not have intercourse doesn't mean it doesn't need to stop happening. We need to get back to being uncomfortable. This idea that we always get to be in happy land is got to stop. We have to suffer in order to know happiness. It is no other way. So to say that they have to be always in good heart, good spirits has got to change. This idea that we need to give them needles to get them out of this addiction by giving them the addiction to keep them happy in the process is not the way. They need to be uncomfortable.
The point isn't to keep them happy.
That is, though.
No, the point is to decrease the likelihood of them injuring themselves.
So keeping them happy.
Because they will do it anyways. That's not what
How
keeps
do you
them happy.
consider it not being happy?
Their mom's job.
They
society's
will do it either way.
Well, can I
That
ask you?
doesn't change the fact.
In,
Go ahead, Homestead. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, what in life doesn't have consequences? There's good and bad to everything. There's a compromise to everything. And when you do something, you choose the bad with it. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
So there's consequences to everything, and you can't control them all. So if using drugs per se, the consequences are you could get hepatitis or AIDS.
Exactly,
Those
Elmo.
are the choices you are making when you decide to do that, correct?
Right, but those factors won't disincentivize people from actually doing it.
Disagree.
But yeah, that we're talking about the outlier at that point in time, and you are talking about the outlier. We are talking about the majority. In majority of cases, by keeping them on the substance does not get them off the substance. By telling them this is not okay and we need to get you off of it, not give you more till you get off of it. Because giving them more just gives them the ability to do it without having to go elsewhere. Like you just said, they're going to go elsewhere regardless. So let them do it and face the consequences when they do.
Well, I'm not against people like getting help for their addictions, and like I think people should be able to get help. I think they should be able to I think we should tell them, okay, you have to get off this. We will do whatever we can do to help you. And at the same time, we can minimize the risks of them hurting themselves by providing them with some level of the drug that they are going to seek out anyways.
Well,
what happens if they don't want to do that?
Well, then
if you force them to do it anyway.
If they don't want to do what? Like if they don't want to
If they don't want to get off the drugs.
If they don't want to get off the drugs, then that is their choice.
Oh,
And
I was
we
just
can- we
mistaken
can
because just
do-
a second ago you said we can take them and get them
No,
better.
we can like make them understand that
Make them,
they need
bully
help.
them.
No. I mean, like offer them help and like try to educate them to make them understand the gravity of the situation that they're in.
Yeah,
Well, when them being uncomfortable in the situation, wouldn't that incentivize them more? And being sick would make them uncomfortable. Wouldn't that incentivize them more?
But that doesn't happen with people who are addicted.
But it does. I've watched it.
Well,
Like this life of convenience has created this monster that we live in. Being uncomfortable and poor is what's going to re-humbleize the world and make us all better people.
Yep. The only way that we're going to get out of the degeneracy is by making ourselves force out of it. And in order to force out of something, you have to be uncomfortable. You don't get out of your bubble if you're comfortable in your bubble. And that's giving them needles, giving them the ability to continue on with that path. That is enabling them. Period.
Yeah, and I think before I have to hop off, I'm probably one of the few in here that like has the kind of insight to tell you guys. Yes, I agree with what you guys are saying. Government shouldn't enable people to do these things, but also government doesn't do enough to incentivize recovery.
That's true.
So while I agree with everything you guys are saying, Tater and Homestead, what I think Alter is trying to say is yes, what they did was bad. The positions they put themselves in bad. If they ask for help and this is the response they get, I'm not saying you guys, but there is no way to incentivize an addict unless they really want to, like they hit that rock bottom.
Well, that's just
want
it.
to go.
That's exactly
That's what I'm talking about.
that's what she's saying. Is you literally have to be ready to change, and by giving them needles, they're not ready to change.
Right. And like I said, I'm not like, I don't think the giving needles aspect is great.
Fair.
I also don't think the current way that we do things where, and just to give you guys a personal anecdote, when you walk into AA, they kind of tell you like, hey, like, this is kind of like your last hope. So there's no government agency that's also there aside from AA, which isn't really a government agency. There's no real place for an addict to go that says, "Hey, I'm sick and tired of living like this. I want to get better. Help me get better." There's really no place for a person like that to go. So help them find that place would be the mission I would ask you guys to do.
NA and AA have the highest success rate.
I was
They
going to
also
say.
have a huge failure rate. They also have a huge failure rate.
Now, the failure rate just comes with that is one of the consequences.
Well,
It is hard to find hope. It is.
We
Homestead,
literally.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's literally what I'm saying.
I mean,
That's why we got to bully kids when they're young.
Right. We literally just got done talking about that. It stems from young ages of snorting pixie dust, snorting Smarties, right?
Right.
Starting there,
But
we need to bring
cigarettes.
shame back.
Kool-Aid.
Right. I'm not
And-
talking about fixing what happened. We can put that band-aid on the problem. How do we fix the people to
Hold on, ODJ. Hold on.
Marty-
Let him finish his thought.
Wait, I thought he asked
how do we help the people today that truly want it without like saying go to AA or nothing else? What government because I am 100% on board with my tax dollars going to fund a government facilitated rehab program.
No government. Get the government out of there.
I agree. Going back to the churches, the community.
Yep.
The
Community,
personal feel.
or you can incentivize privatization.
Let's let ODJ say. What are you saying?
Okay, back to the Smarties thing. I can tell you right now, I snorted Smarties once, pure pressure, miserable, 0 out of 10 experience.
Sure.
Do not do it. Would not recommend.
Yeah. Well, and that's just it. Is 0 out of 10. But then they if you are in the bad group, right? You may not be in that group, but they'll continue to peer pressure you and make you feel like you're not cool. And you got to do this to be cool. What was that?
That's exactly what happens.
Yeah.
You're 1000% correct.
Right.
I've watched it happen to people.
So that's what we're saying is at that point in time, people like yourself, essentially, and I'm not telling you to do this, but people like yourself need to call it out. Be like, that's freaking stupid, dude. Why would you even follow the crowd? Be your own person. Think for yourself, right? And the people.
That's where the bullying would come in.
Exactly. That is a form of bullying. That is a form of shame. Right? Back in the day, you would get into a fight on the playground and the teacher would come out and go, well, stop it. Slap you both on the wrist and send you about your way. Right? You got a backbone doing that. Right?
Right.
So we need to bring that idea.
Nowadays they don't let the fights continue at all.
Exactly.
And
now they have
you get suspended, heavy punishment.
Now
Both
you have
people, it doesn't matter who started it.
Yeah, now you have participation trophies. Participation awards. All you have to do is show up. And now we've got people in the workforce that are expecting to just show up and get paid for it, paid exponentially. And now we've got the rate increase in minimum wage. And now that's trickling down across the nation.
Get rid of minimum wage.
I agree with that.
California.
What was that?
Yeah. Like,
what was that, ODJ? Hold on. Sorry.
I thought that was just California that got increased minimum wage.
It wasn't just California. I want to say it was California and Seattle. But the point of the matter is you saw that in your McDonald's because McDonald's raised their prices across the country.
Yeah, they don't even have a value menu anymore,
Correct.
a dollar menu. It's a value menu.
And it started when they raised the minimum wage in those two, New York, California, and Seattle, if I remember right. They all raised their minimum wage.
Not that I'm advocating for McDonald's. McDonald's is nasty.
Hell no. I absolutely.
20 years.
Especially with the most recent. So on that note, hold on, guys. Hold on. So most recently, have you guys seen that Big Arch commercial where the CEO?
Nope.
You're lucky.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So the CEO of McDonald's comes out and tries the new product every time that they get a new product. Well, he barely nibbled the Big Arch and got so much backlash that they took the video down. Well, going back through history, he does this every single time. Just nibbles on the bread. And so it has started a controversy between all of the other CEOs. Have you guys seen any of that at all? Where the CEOs of Burger King, what was the other one? There was two other companies. I can't remember them, but they all came on camera and just devoured their hamburger. Like Burger King was a perfect example. Takes like half of the burger in one bite, showing up the CEO of McDonald's. So this is a fairly normal thing that happens somewhat, the beefing and things like that. But I've never seen it this extensive of a beef, this extensive of media coverage for what I call a gray as burger. So I'm curious on your guys' take on that. Is this a publicity stunt or was it really him doing something? Because he went on again and did a live stream eating one. he bit into it and said, "Oh, that's saltier than I expected."
You don't get high on your own supply.
Exactly. Exactly. So anybody want to weigh in on that? I'm kind of curious now that we've broached that subject.
When it comes to marketing, these guys are all in cahoots. They're all working with the same marketing firm. All of them knew that this would lead to this conversation.
Yep.
When it comes to fast food, we all have our brands. We all have the place we go to, even though we hate those places. At the end of the day, what some CEO does doesn't really affect what happens at the chain level. So,
Right.
I just look
But
at
that's
it-
not the question. My question is do we think this is a PR stunt?
Yeah, it's a total PR stunt.
Fair.
Yeah, 100%.
I think that's very possible.
I think
And
they're
I think-
trying to get out of the shadow of what they called mystery meat.
Uh-huh. And what's funny that you say that is I'm literally wondering if that's what this is made out of because of the promotion that it's getting.
Yeah, like I call it McVomit, and I have since I was a teenager. I don't like McDonald's at all.
It's an experiment. It's a science, a chemical experiment. That's all it is. You don't eat food when you eat McDonald's.
Hey Tater, do
McDonald's
you remember
was decent when it was insanely cheap and low quality, but now it's insanely expensive and low quality.
Yep.
It's not worth it.
Do you remember the fast food wars of like the 90s where it was like Burger King, McDonald's, Burger King, McDonald's? All this feels to me like a giant astroturfed fast food wars.
Yeah.
Dude, during that turf war in the 90s, holy shit, dude. Double cheeseburger, 25 cents.
Yeah.
Right?
And it was decent quality
That's when they
back
raised
then.
prices to the dollar menu.
Right. Well, and I understand that McDonald's has pretty much always been soy. The reason that they can say that they're 100% beef is because the company that sells them the beef or the soy that is beef is called 100% beef. That's how they get away with saying that their meat is 100% beef. It's not. It is literally.
That's spongy.
What's that? What was that?
I said it's spongy.
Yeah, yeah. It is literally soy. It's chemicals made up to feel like real meat, but it doesn't because it's not real meat.
Blech.
We gotta talk about something else. You're making my mouth water in a bad kind of way.
Fair. Yeah, I was kind of curious. I've been meaning to bring that up because I watched that a couple of weeks ago or a week ago or something like that. And I just found it funny. And then we've gotten so much publicity on that burger, that one burger. And now we've got the new Whopper, the new Big Whopper, whatever, that doesn't even have anything special on it, I guess. And they're calling it a different burger, you know? So there's just a lot of weird things happening with the fast food industry, and it's happening around the same time as 3D printed meat, lab grown meats. And then we had our National Burger Day last year, or whatever, and they had 5-cent burgers in places, 25-cent burgers in places where you're spending $2 on that same burger the next day. I then got a bunch of reports from people that they said that they had gut issues the next day after that, after eating a bunch of those burgers. And and I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist here, but you know, they say about Soylent Green, right? That's been a joke for as long as I can remember, right? And now we have this stuff coming out, and it's like, what is going on with our food, right? And I'm not saying that that's the case because I do believe we have enough cows to do it. I don't see why we would be doing that, but who knows, right? And especially when you have a gray as burger, right? It's not even like real meats.
Think about the genius of McDonald's marketing. I don't know if it was like this in y'all's area, but in December, you had people literally excited to go to McDonald's for the opportunity to buy socks.
Oh, that was the big thing here.
So,
Yeah.
like some fast food restaurants, like you have to, I kind of take a step back from all of them and just say, like, they're a brand. They're just trying to promote a brand. Like they know their food's not good. Like no one's going to McDonald's because a hot and spicy is delicious. But the brand of the hot and spicy is if you're hungry at 11:30 at night, you can go there. So I don't know. Like the fast food stuff is interesting, but at the end of the day, all fast food it's not even food or quality product. It's just a marketing war.
I think
It
you're
is.
right.
It is just a
Yeah.
product, and if you look at this is genius. Okay, so this is the fast foods version of a movie remake. So they're selling you something new, which is the same sandwich before shrinkflation,
Right.
and just marketing it as something new, like the Big Whopper, same Whopper. The Arch, just the Big Mac before shrinkflation.
Yep.
It's just capitalism.
Yeah, and
Shut up,
capitalism
Walter.
is great.
Well, and that's just it.
Has
is-
its upside downsides.
Capitalism is the way that we've built the system that we have. The powerhouse that we are is because of capitalism. If we didn't have capitalism, we wouldn't have it. We wouldn't be here.
That's correct.
Depends who the powerhouse is built to benefit.
No, we
Walter,
wouldn't be
come on,
here.
dude.
I don't see any
Walter.
socialist games being released.
What?
That's because they can't charge for a game.
You're right.
Well, we don't live under socialism, so
No, like around the world. Is there any socialist games that you know of that are popular?
I can tell you the most popular socialist game of all of them.
Which one?
Survival.
just
Survival.
Yeah, there you go. Survival. That's a good one. It's the only thing you can do in socialism: survive.
I guess so. I guess.
Guys, Alter agreed. Congratulations, Alter.
Yep, only because he knows
Maybe one.
that
maybe
capitalism is
maybe
great.
The only game that any socialist country needs to worry about is like trying to not get sanctioned or invaded by the U.S. in the
Where the
interest of
people
capital.
die.
Well, as long as they don't sell our oil to the Chinese, we'll be fine.
Exactly.
Well, that's so much for freedom.
Or just say for
Oh,
the
I don't
last
care about
47
them.
years, like
We're the free
kill
country.
America.
Wait, what was that?
I said for like the last 40 years, the Ayatollah of Iran has wanting and saying death to Americans. Death to Americans.
Yeah, we should have put him out then.
If I'm not mistaken, was it
They tried
Iran
to
that
assassinate Donald Trump.
was it Iran that had a at some point in the 20th century they had a democratically elected socialist who then was removed by the US, which destabilized the region and
Isn't that the
made
future
it
of
what it
New
is
York?
today.
I thought what destabilized it was the Lawrence of Arabia issue, and that was England. Where Lawrence of Arabia went into the Middle East and just started drawing boundaries.
I mean that probably also played a part.
Yep.
It's all just like Western interference in these countries.
On that note, I gotta go because I'm gonna say too much.
Well, we can change the subject too if you want to stay around. We don't necessarily have to stay on that. I was just, like I said, I was just interesting, and it was a current event, so I just thought I'd bring it up. But we can change the topic to something else. I have many prompts that we haven't even touched, to be completely honest.
Oh no, and like I'm actually really fascinated with the Iran conversation. So I'm just more so worried about going off on a tangent.
Sure, and I understand. Like I said, you don't have to stay around if you don't want to. I just don't want you to take off if you want, chill and whatnot. But as always, you're welcome to stay. But if you want to go ahead and shout your channel out, and we appreciate you.
Oh no, let's keep grooving. I'm kind of interested to hear what Alter and I'm sorry, my thing's messed up. Trey is saying.
Oh, gotcha. You're good. Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and go back to it. I'll let you guys have the floor.
No, it was just capitalism's great.
Well, I'll take it back to the actual like conversation a bit, because I also did go on a bit of a tangent, but I had a conversation with one of my friends who's like really into like food and cooking and all that, and it's like the like main like passion, right? And we talked about like lab grown meat, and I asked them about it, and they said that if it was lab grown meat by some like philanthropists who are like trying to make the world a better place, then like they would probably try to eat it. If it was lab grown meat for the sake of profit, they wouldn't go near it. And I think that's a very valid take.
I don't want cancer. I'm not eating it. I don't care who makes it.
Wait, only lab grown meat?
In terms of like lab grown meat specifically, because that's what we were talking about.
Like the Impossible Burger, for instance, had huge investments from Al Gore's investment company, made billions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that knowledgeable in the specifics of it, but
Yeah, there's green capitalism too. I mean, green capitalism focuses on capital working for green initiatives like renewable energy, but it's still capitalism. They all do it to get money.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop off.
All right, buddy. Well,
Later, dude.
Appreciate you being on. Is there anything you wanted to shout out before you go?
Not really.
Okay. Well,
subscribe to Potato.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I appreciate you being on the panel. And again, you're welcome anytime. No matter what happens, I appreciate your input. And God bless, buddy. Take care.
Peace.
Peace.
Yesterday was his birthday.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
License, isn't he?
Oh,
I just remembered. But I told him happy birthday.
Oh, I need to tell him.
I think the capitalism debate gets caught up in like one of two conversations. Is there's crony capitalism and free market capitalism, because people act like capitalism is a new system, but even back in the day of the Roman markets, where it's, hey, I got 5 apples, hey, I got $5, you want some of your apples? That's capitalism in itself. But it's the idea where corporations kind of get involved and start putting like dollars on every form of the process. That's where capitalism kind of runs askew.
Yeah, like my take on it is like you can't have like full on capitalism and you can't have full on like socialism. Like there is always going to be kind of a balance between the two, right? Like even now in the US, which is like very capitalist, there are socialist aspects. But I think that like I don't mind people on the street, you know, small businesses being able to you know compete with like who can make you the best pizza, right? Like I think that's fine. But then when you get to the bigger corporations who are like, okay, well, who can charge you the most for health insurance whilst also denying you healthcare, then I think, you know, capitalism kind of goes off the rails.
Yeah, I'd like to add, you did say that socialism and capitalism are together, which is true in America and other places in the world. Well, that's the great thing about capitalism is you can be kind of socialist if you want, but if you're in a socialist country, you can't be a capitalist.
Hold that thought. I gotta be right back.
Well, I think there's this
Good
misconception
point, Trey.
between. I think there's a great misconception between social programs versus socialism and capitalist programs and a capitalist system. Because for better or worse, Obamacare was a socialist idea, but if it would have been done under a social program, it probably would have been done a lot better. You can look at a country like Norway that doesn't have our population, but they seem to have this issue figured out where they incentivize businesses, they incentivize personal growth and private growth, but they also have fail safes in the society.
I
So
don't
it's
think it's fair to use Norway as an example, especially with the United States. The population difference,
yeah,
the
I even
homogenous population that Norway has.
I even
At
mentioned
one
I
time,
mentioned that.
Norway had like 110% tax rate.
Yeah, I did mention the population difference, but also it's a matter of having the social safety net while also incentivizing capitalist innovation. I think there's a balance that is there that America, I don't think, are willing to experiment with.
They tried it in Oregon.
I
They
mean, on a
based
federal
that.
level.
Yeah, they based their drug policy off of I think it was Norway or the Netherlands, and that's where they got the great idea. And now thousands of people are dead because Norway did it.
Well, Norway wasn't the only country that does stuff like that. Holland does the same thing.
No, but that's the country that they quoted as getting the idea from. But when the states tried it, they didn't do the same thing that Norway had.
Yeah, but even some aspects of Obamacare were based off of the John Birch societies, and that's a right-leaning ideal.
And
So
make sure we call Obamacare what it is, the Affordable Care Act, which made medical care unaffordable.
I'm going to call Obamacare what I am going to call it for here until the end of eternity: the greatest robbery of the middle class.
Oh yeah, it only increased medical costs like several thousand%.
Yeah. And I think with me and Alter, I can't even believe I'm on Alter's side on some of these issues tonight. It's so weird.
Why would you
But
want the government involved in more things if they suck at it?
Right.
no, I don't want the government involved in more things. I want governmental safety
You,
nets.
you said you wanted government to look after addiction, people that are suffering from addiction.
And I think that's investing in the people is the bare minimum of the government. We invest in that's like saying we shouldn't have schools because that's socialist.
We shouldn't have federal government sanctioned schools.
Right, but that's like saying no schools at all. We shouldn't have states taking the schools because states get federal funding.
Might be better to not have schools.
All right, and imagine if we split it down the middle.
Before, all the schools were in churches, so they could just go to church.
I'm back.
Yeah, it just kind of one of the circular things with America where we don't want socialism, but we do have social programs, but it's only social programs for certain people, not other people. But we do have them because right now in America, it's the young and the elderly get taken care of, but the people in the middle do not get taken care of. And I don't think it's necessarily socialism to say, hey, let's help these people in the middle a little bit.
How would you help them in the middle? Like, what would they need?
Let's see. How would I help them? Like if I was in charge?
Yeah, like a universal basic income or something like that.
I would make a universal financial literacy class for all American adults, because from one of the main things I hear from people is no one ever taught them how to do their taxes. No one ever taught them how to manage a checkbook. I know that seems silly to us, but there are people that have not been taught that stuff. So I don't think it's bad to say, hey, if you're 25 years old and you never went to college and you don't have these same opportunities that other people have, we're going to help you get the Dave Ramsey plan to help you understand what debt is. I don't think that's a bad thing.
I think I would
And
agree
would
with
you
that.
force people to do that, or just
I
offer
wouldn't
it?
force it, but I would have it available.
Stuff like that is already available. If people want to learn about it, they can watch stuff on YouTube, like Dave Ramsey, like you said.
Yeah, Ducky, I
or
do.
they can go to the library and rent a book.
I own a business, so kind of have to, but
And how many
Don't
times
need
it
the
happened?
government to do it. Don't need the government to hold her hand.
But how many times it happened? Like, so you're saying, like, if an 18-year-old who's an orphan gets out of the orphanage and is thrown into the cold, cruel world, has no idea of anything other than he is living in a state-funded house.
I'd say love the person and make sure they get anything they need, as long as it's private.
And I would say make the program available for them free.
Yeah, the government sucks though. They'd end up killing the person, just like when they closed the insane asylums. Insane asylums were so poorly ran that they closed all the insane asylums, like, in the nation, pretty much. Thank you, Geraldo Rivera, for that informational, journalistic investigation.
Well, Geraldo's a douche.
Yeah, but he uncovered the giant scandal of mental institutions in America, and that's why they're all closed. The government can't do shit well.
So is it your idea all or nothing with the government?
No,
I didn't say
all. Never all. Just nothing. I'm not really serious about that, of course, because we do have to have some kind of leadership. But the idea that all ever muttered out of anyone's mouth should never happen. But minimal. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
Trey.
you know what I'd be fine with, guys? I'd be fine with the United States government declaring war on cancer. Therefore, everyone can get cancer treatment for free. It's declared war on.
That's an interesting.
I don't know about that.
They can declare war on drugs, but not cancer.
Right.
That's a good point.
It's a very interesting take for sure. What do you got on it, Alter?
I do agree with that. I was being sarcastic.
Oh, fair.
Because it is woke to, give people healthcare for free, right?
Well, the thing is the government.
Yeah, not all healthcare though.
Yeah, not all healthcare.
Don't give them
Cancer treatments cost millions too by the time it's all done. So that's the issue with it.
And if you make it mandatory, that extended out treatment will all of a sudden become a cure.
Exactly.
Well, if it's done for the sake of profit, then they'll have the incentive to stretch it out as much as possible.
That's what I'm saying. So if we make cancer treatment required by the government, then they will have to create a cure or else go bankrupt.
And they are feeding us cancer for a profit. The cereal that claims that it's got all the vitamins that us that are in our 40s right now, we grew up on cereal. Okay,
I'm really sorry.
Like that is what we ate. We ate it every day, sometimes multiple times a day, and it said that it was good
Praying for
us.
you, buddy.
And now we're all getting cancer from eating that crap, and it was for a profit.
Correct.
Yeah. I agree.
So there's that. So why can't they take care of us for making us sick?
Well, the government didn't feed you
Ducky,
cereal.
exactly.
It was the private companies.
From what I'm understanding, I don't know, maybe not exactly.
Getting kickbacks?
But I think
I think
that it's
the
a
best thing
parasite.
to do is a blanket declare war on cancer, because you don't know what causes cancer. Just being a man causes cancer.
Seriously.
100% of all men will die from prostate cancer if we don't die from something else.
Well, I mean,
That's a good take on it.
True statement there.
kind of the same for anything.
Cancer has already started because of RFK Jr. RFK Jr. is literally saying, we're banning this, we're banning that, we're banning this thing, we're banning that thing. Like, that war's already started. Now, if you're talking about funding the war on cancer, that's kind of leading into what you would say would be a socialist program. So you see how that's kind of a double-edged sword.
Would.
No, it's not a socialist program.
But
It's
it kinda
is. Nope. It's an enemy that's been identified.
I read that
and
wrong.
it's
Elmo.
been declared.
She just got
that
over
needs
it?
to be
Good,
eradicated.
good.
So it's
That's good.
declaring that cancer should be eradicated, not socialism.
So it's socialism wrapped in a capitalist bow.
No, war is not socialism. You don't go to war for socialism. You go to war to make the world better.
For
or defend
your
yourself.
community.
That's exactly it, Elmo.
Hey, Andy.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. So, were you just in the vetting room by chance?
Yeah.
Did Leia want to come up? She had mentioned that she was maybe thinking about it, but then I didn't ever hear anything. And she's in the vetting room, so I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. She was in there. She was in there talking and
For
stuff.
a while, yes. So I just wanted to make sure. We've been streaming for almost 3.5 hours. I don't have a problem with continuing, but as it is gone past what we normally do, I just want to make sure that anybody, if you need a dip, like I'm giving you the opportunity to dip. Trey, you need a dip. Okay, go ahead and shout your channel out.
I got a dip. Thank you very much for having me on, Tater. You can find me on YouTube, Trey_SELOR. Make video game content and animations, weird videos like Cyberpunk, Where's Waldo? And thanks for having me on.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Hey, always
God
good talking
bless.
to you, Trey.
Thank you very much for joining me,
you as
Trey.
well.
And you have a good night, buddy. Take care.
Thanks, guys and
Take care,
gals.
Trey. Yep. Take care, man. It's always good seeing you.
For sure. All right. So, do you have anything to say? Since you're the newest person in the panel, Indy, do you have anything on the subject that we're talking about?
I'm not even sure what you guys are talking about.
Okay, no worries. I just want to make sure. Again, if we move past this subject and you had something to say, it gets really quick, and so I just want to make sure that you have the opportunity as you come in. Did we have anything else on that topic that we want to talk about?
What was the topic? What was it?
It's a good question. Do you guys remember what it was?
I think it was cancer.
Oh yeah, I think we are still on cancer. Yeah.
Oh, the war on cancer.
War on cancer. Declaring war on cancer to give free healthcare for cancer, basically.
I mean, if we,
Well, that's I
Congress
do have
hasn't
a
declared
thought on
war
that.
since like whatever. So
I do have a thought on that. I see it as a multi-billion, possibly trillion-dollar industry, and it has its own kind of complex, like the military-industrial complex type of deal. Like it has its kind of own thing like that, you know. Cancer. I'm meaning, and as far as like, I guess you could say the deep state, using quotations, the deep state, you know, doing more shit to cause cancer. You know, there's a reason why all these Republicans and Democrats and government officials have their hands in the pharmaceutical companies, you know. They're all part of this, like, to dilute the food with whatever, you know, put in chemicals or fucking cancer causing chemicals because it makes your fucking food pretty. You know what I mean? Like it's fucking insane. And I think a lot of that's done by design. And I think a lot of that's done by pharmaceutical companies putting out something or maybe even teaming up behind the scenes. Like keep in mind, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Would you doubt any of that? You know, you're talking billions, hundreds of billions.
Right.
I agree. That's why I think healthcare should never be done for profit. I don't trust it.
I don't know. It's just so hard. It's hard to do it's hard to get I mean, I guess you can make it not for profit, still pay like the people that it takes to sell the insurance, because you have a lot of people that make careers off of,
Exactly.
not just being a healthcare CEO, right?
Exactly.
And those people do work for I mean, if there's a claim, agents work for those people, help them out. They're the professional. It's just like a real estate agent when you're trying to buy a house. A professional in the industry that's representing you is valuable. So, but I mean, they can still pay those people and cover the healthcare, I guess, and be not for profit. I guess I think that's how that can work. I don't know. I'm not an expert at not for profit.
Well, I mean, that's kind of where you need to separate the pharmaceutical with the healthcare industry. I have no issue with the top doctor making the top dollar. You know what I mean? I have no issue with that, but I have an issue with me paying $1,400 for a freaking amoxicillin or penicillin or whatever the hell psyllin. You know what I mean? When its worth is like $7.50. You know, like that's outrageous.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah,
interesting. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say like I think there's a difference between like the actual people providing the healthcare and the people who are working in like the positions that aren't actually necessary for the healthcare to be provided, such as the people managing like insurance and like trying to squeeze as much money out of you as possible. Like that's not actually a necessity for giving you healthcare.
I guess one of the tricks to the scenario would be the coffers that they have to have, whenever they have a claim.
Thank
they
you,
gotta pay
Homestead,
out
if you're
100
just
grand
listening.
for something.
I appreciate
But
you
it's not like it
so
would
much.
make, even if it was not for profit. I think that it might not even make the insurance cheaper potentially, because they still have to have the money in the bank to cover claims. So it might not even work if it was not for profit, because you still have to pay the same up front essentially.
Yeah.
It might not fizzle out the way that you think just because you make it not for profit.
Right. Well, and you make it not for profit, and you reduce the people who want to go into the field. Once you reduce the people who want to go into the field, you reduce the ability to innovate, to move forward with cures, to move forward with R&D. Once that happens, it goes stagnant, and we go to a third world country.
I mean, I think like
go ahead, Alter.
Like like being a doctor is like always going to be a well-paying.
But if it's not not for profit, how can you say that? If it's not for profit, what are you making in it?
Because profit doesn't go to the when I mean profit, I don't mean the doctor isn't getting paid. The doctor being paid is an expense to achieve the goal that you want, right? But profit is what you make beyond that, right? So if it costs like $1,000 to pay the doctor to do this like surgery or whatever, right? And you charge $2,000 for it, and then take $1,000 for yourself, then that $1,000 is the profit, not what you paid the doctor, right?
So who are we talking about? What company are we talking about? Because doctors own their own business a lot of the time.
I mean, that's why they should be ran by the government, ideally. Like, the
So we're going back again to that
yes,
50% tax like we were talking about on the last open panel. How would you feel if America started coming and knocking at your door and said 90% of what you pay, what you earn, is now going to America? How would you feel about that?
For what purpose is it going to America, though?
Say that we need health care. Same thing. We're sending money over to Africa for transgender care. You're going to start sending it over so we have cancer care.
Do you think all doctors should get equal pay, Alter?
All doctors? I mean, I think depending on
Like,
their skill
in
level
one
and
field.
what job they do.
Like, do you think all brain surgeons
surgeons,
should get all equal pay, or heart surgeons, whatever? Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, ideally, yeah.
So what?
Obviously,
What would
depending on like how much they
incentivize?
work and stuff like that.
Yeah. So like, what would incentivize like a heart surgeon or a brain surgeon to be the best brain surgeon in their category or whatever the hell? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like if there's no like if it's just equal pay, like everybody's making for the sake of argument $1,400, $1,400. Like what's the point of like working any harder than the next guy if I'm just gonna make as much as he's gonna make?
Exactly.
You know.
I mean, if you work more hours and you perform the job better, right? You can do the surgeries faster. Then
yeah, but
you'll
working
naturally
more
make
hours.
more money.
So you're saying to work our life away more.
No, so no, even that. But if you're working more hours, you know, it comes with more hours, exhaustion.
Okay,
So,
yeah, but like just doing the job better, right? Will naturally
if you're
allow you
working
to
more hours,
make
you're
more
not gonna
money. Yeah,
you're not gonna
Like-
do that though. You're gonna be exhausted. You're gonna be like on to the next. Let's go, like a factory. Next.
No, it
next,
would slow down.
next.
Well,
It would actually slow down.
Yeah, it would halt the R&D. They would no longer want to research and develop because they're tired. They don't have any time to think about anything but making sure they have their bills paid.
I'm not
Well,
even
then it just
speaking
comes
on
down
an
to quantity
R&D
over
level.
quality.
I'm not
Like,
even
I
speaking
wouldn't-
on that.
I
I'm
wouldn't- I don't
speaking
want-
as like even a medical doctor, like just getting a checkup or whatever. You're not going to get that same love if everybody's getting the same payment, but to get more payment, to get more pay, work more hours. Dude, there's a lot more to that. Now you're talking
no,
about
yeah, there is
you're
more to
talking
that.
about like you're just going to be a number, just like in Canada. It's like, next, what's your problem? I got, I broke my ankle. Okay, you're next. What's your problem? This and that. Next, what's your problem? Like,
It's
you're
as simple
just
as this. When you approach healthcare, quality over quantity. So if you promote the healthcare
Right.
industry to be quantity over quality, you're going to get worse healthcare.
Yeah. You can either have two of three things, either fast and good or fast and cheap. You can't have it all three ways, right? I don't know exactly how that goes, but you cannot give everyone the same pay and expect them to want to be better. It's not going to happen.
I mean, here's a good example. Like professional athletes get injured all the time, and they want the best surgeon to go in and work on their knee. These people make millions of dollars, and they want to recover as fast as possible, and they want to heal properly,
correct,
and ensure the quality of life beyond their career. But if there's no top guy, you know what I mean, then no incentive to be the top guy. Then it's just a crapshoot, you know.
Well,
I mean, it's important to have an emphasis on quality, and it comes at a commodity, which means it might cost.
Well, let me pose kind of a different point of view. Most doctors have to go to college for, I believe, roughly 10 years, right?
Yeah, I think that's what it
And
is.
wait list as well. Wait
Okay.
lists come in.
Right.
And our tax dollars subsidize the student loans, correct?
Well, no, they shouldn't be.
But they do.
I think they should.
No, they shouldn't.
But they do.
If they do, then that's, I don't know as far as that goes, but they shouldn't be.
Well, government. That's why like Biden was able to pass the pause and referendums on student loans because they were all government subsidized. So if we are paying for doctors to go to school, should we not be entitled to a little bit of the labor?
Not a big fan of the word entitled, no matter how you use it.
I agree.
Okay, but we paid for it. We literally paid for their education. Should we not get something back for it in terms of healthcare?
But so how many
I get what you're
doctors
saying.
are being supplemented? Again, it's not supposed to be happening. So how many doctors are being supplemented? How many are out there doing the right thing and doing it on their own that would be absolutely shafted by what you are proposing
Yeah,
at that
and
point?
even if it's
Right,
not
right, but
legal and Biden did it, that's moot. Like that, just
Yeah,
like he just let in a bunch of illegals. Like
yeah.
they're not supposed to be here, but guess what? They're here.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So like,
it's really
if that
null
was
point.
within the 2 to 4, years of Biden being in office, that's not a normal thing that they're fucking doing that. You know
Right.
what I
right.
mean?
I know it's not normal, but if the American taxpayer is funding, let's just say Tyler goes to medical school, he gets student loans, which are subsidized by the government, and we're giving Tyler money to go to school.
Hold on, real quick. You said student loans. Those get
Student
paid
loans,
back.
financial, right?
So that we're not paying into them. They're paying it back.
Yeah, they pay it back with interest. Actually, we technically loan them the money up front, but
So
they pay
if
it
the
back with
doctor,
interest. So they pay their due. It's like a person getting out of prison paying their debt to society. Essentially, they don't owe anything to anybody after that.
Yeah.
so let
But
me
kind of that
propose,
Maybe
being,
that's a bad analogy, but
but kind of
but
that
let
being
me,
said, though,
but let
but
me,
kind of
no, like, hold on, I have a train of thought.
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
If we are saying, like, let's just say, we say, doctors, you're going to school to get this, and we're going to give you this loan. In return for this loan, we're not going to charge you interest if you work for a state funded hospital where you will make, let's just say, 100K a year, but you will pay no interest on your loan debt. Would that be a willingly kind of good compromise for the situation?
what
I mean, first of all, I
for us
think student
as
loans shouldn't have interest, or it should be a flat rate of like 1% that stays. It shouldn't be an adjustable rate, and presidents like Obama shouldn't be able to go and change it and make people that were living off of, that were making a $500 a month payment all of a sudden have to make a $700 a month payment, pay off the same loan.
Right.
Predatory student loans are pretty bad, especially considering it's preying off the youth of our country, which is done way too much. I mean, it's kind of a roundabout way, but
Yeah, and I'm saying, like, if you want to be a doctor, we're going to give you the money up front. We're not going to charge you an interest rate, but in return for no interest rate before the money we've given you up front, we'll say, hey, work for this state funded hospital. Would you guys be okay with that?
if
well,
it's
that
a
would
deal
be
that they entered on the front end, if it was a deal that they accepted on the front end, then I don't see a problem with it, I guess.
well, if it's state funded, that'd be tax funded, which would be kind of the
Correct.
same as thing as for us paying for their student loan.
Correct.
Right, but they're
And
still
college is
paying.
a scam.
Well, for a doctor, college is not a scam. But what I'm saying is, we're giving the money up front, but in return, instead of paying us interest back or paying, they're just paying us the dollar for dollar that we're giving back, and we're basically taking the interest that we would have been charging them and getting labor from them.
But I mean, dude, hospitals do that though. Like,
I'm not talking about a for-profit hospital. I'm talking about we set up the Cleveland Institute or the Cleveland Clinic, doctors that are coming out of med school that have $500 a month in student loans debt. We say, hey, don't do that. Come to work for us, and we'll pay you 400, and you won't have to pay the interest on the student loan debt.
Bro, I'm pretty sure literally the Cleveland Clinic does that. Like they pay for your college to go to college to be like say a nurse or a
That's a
doctor,
scholarship,
and if
though.
you no, they'll pay for that, and then they if you make a deal that you would work for them for this many years to pay off your debt or whatever, like they'll forgive a lot of shit, they'll pay for everything. Like it's pretty cool, like how the hospitals do that. I believe like the Cleveland Clinic does that. They did it
Well,
with my sister. She went to like two different hospitals and spent like 5 years at two different ones, but that's because it was in her contract. Like she did one to pay for like one level of her nurse, and then she had to become like this head nurse or whatever and had to do more schooling, so she went to this other hospital and they did the same thing. They paid for her if she decided to work for the hospital.
what you're
um
describing is a residency.
well, whatever, but it's the same exact shit that you just said. Like, well, whether it's state funded, you're just saying it now. Like the taxpayers pay it. Would you rather the taxpayers pay for it or the hospitals pay for it? You know
The
what I mean?
taxpayers
'Cause
are
right
already
now,
the
no, they're
taxpayers are
not.
already
We have, but that's not the norm. Don't act like that's the norm that the taxpayers are sitting there paying off the student debt. He tried to do that and he did it behind people's backs. And then when the court got a hold of it, they said,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was vetoed. He wasn't able to actually pay off debts because that would be coming out of
it was
our
illegal
pocket.
as hell.
Yeah.
Didn't
And just
didn't
because he
Biden
did it
actually
doesn't
still do it
mean,
anyways though?
yeah, he did it anyways. It was illegal as hell. It stirred a whole bunch of shit. Like the judges and shit were going after him. It was a big deal because that's illegal as fuck to do. You can't do that.
right. And what I'm saying is we put it on law
No,
because all student loans are already federally subsidized. No matter like what you guys say, like it should be, it shouldn't be that way. Thanks to
it's
Obama,
not. It's
all
not.
student all student loans go to the federal government.
But again, it's a loan. It doesn't
Right. And
matter
I'm
if there
saying
is one
Yeah, but
or
that's
two
like,
outliers that
dude,
they've relieved those debts. They are loans. If we're talking
the
about
same thing
grants,
goes
if
with
we're
the
talking
bank.
about grants or something similar to that, then I can get behind what you're saying, Rain. But you keep saying a loan. A loan is to be paid back. So if we
right,
want to
but
talk
every
about,
loan has an interest, right?
yeah, you signed up for it.
And I'm saying if we put the option in that if you get a medical degree, if you get this degree and you work for us, we take off the interest and you're just paying a dollar per dollar, not dollar plus five.
So we're talking about
No,
a
because that would be
outlier.
the taxpayers, though, Drain. That would be the taxpayers paying that. Why not just leave it the way it is and have the hospital pay that? If they want to, whatever you call it, a residency, how come they can't just make a deal with somebody like, damn, college scouting? Damn, this dude's fucking dope at heart surgery. If we made a deal that you come work for us, the Cleveland Clinic, and we pay off all your debt,
No, that's
would
not
you
even
would
what
you
I'm
take
saying.
it?
I'm saying we cut
No,
the
you're saying
interest.
let the taxpayers pay for it.
No, I'm saying they pay us back. We take off the interest. They give us the dollars back. We don't charge them interest.
What
That
company
is
is
what I'm saying.
what
We
company
don't
is
charge them
loaning?
interest for the loan.
What company is loaning these loans?
The
Yeah,
federal
that's why I
government.
suggested
No,
a
the banks
1%.
are,
Yeah, the banks
Rain. The
are.
banks are
The
loaning these
government isn't
loans.
giving
When it
loans
comes
out.
to the government is when the federal bank says, "Hey, you owe us money," and you don't. They send it to the credit shit. Like it goes onto your credit, and then it goes to a whole nother like the thing. You know what I
They
mean?
garnish your wages.
Yeah.
But the bank's giving you the government's not. You're not going to Fort Knox and getting $10,000 in student loans. You're going to, the First Federal of Texas. You know what I mean? or whatever bank, like you're going to the, whatever bank, you're going to the Wells Fargo or whatever to get your student loan. If you don't pay that back, the bank comes after you and then sends you warnings and says, hey, if you don't pay this back, we're going to send this to whatever it is.
And that's how they make money, is the interest. Like what is their incentive to loan you money if they don't make money off of you?
So I did a quick Google search on who gives out student loans, and federal government is the most common, but it's the FDA. I'm sorry, not the FDA, the USDA. It's the it's the U.S. Department of Education. So it's a department of the government, which means they're going to be having to pay their people. So either we pay them with our taxes or they make their own income funding. So they have to have some kind of interest. And then, of course, private banks and lenders and states and schools programs and things like that come after that. But again, it's a part of the Department of Education, which means there are people in that department that are needing to be paid.
Saying eliminate the loans. Saying eliminate the interest on the loans.
I understand what you're saying, but
there's no way that is possible.
How would they pay their people if they don't have any income? The loan is not income. The interest is.
Just breaking even. If they're just breaking even, I loaned you $10 and you just pay me back $10,
And wouldn't you guys agree that the federal government should only be breaking even for the most part?
But
well, when you stay state funded, that says tax funded,
correct,
which means that it's the taxpayers' money paying for that. And I say no, leave it up to the private institution of the hospital to pay for that, as they are doing now.
Correct.
And I'm saying keep the private option available. I'm saying we could get the state option available.
But that's not possible without interest. It's not possible. It's a nice thought. It's a very nice thought, and I would totally back you. But it is
Hey, TNT, thanks for the engagement.
illogical. What you're saying is illogical.
Yeah,
No, it's
I didn't have the engagement yet, so I'm trying to get the views
we're
up.
not willing to explore it more than this conversation right here.
Okay, sure. It's us.
I agree with Real Rain. I think like ultimately I think to some extent like taxes need to pay for education,
See, here's the thing where I'm kind of stuck. There's a lot of people that get student loans that don't finish school.
Yep.
Probably more so than not. I mean, that do.
Right. And so, I mean,
well, and it's
once you get them,
it's really hard to do it because, like I said, I don't like preying on young people. We tell them when they say, what do we do? How do I succeed in life? And we say, go to college, get a student loan, start yourself off with $100,000 of debt. And then while they're doing the right thing, it's an adjustable rate loan most of the time, the way that student loans go, at least the way that I understand it. I've never done it, but I've seen so many people that are strapped with student loans way beyond their education, and it didn't actually pay for itself. So what do? They double down. They graduate, they double down, and then they go for their masters or their bachelors or whatever. I think bachelor's is next, right? And then you go for your master. They become perpetual students.
Yep.
Because all they know how to do is survive off of student loans.
Correct.
And in the end, they end up driving a delivery truck, and they're strapped with $150,000 in debt that ultimately wasn't worth it on the front end. So it's
I get that, but like once someone commits to medical school, they're committed because that takes a lot of work to just get into med school.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe there could be a dividing line between a medical school loan and not, but and if there is, that might incentivize people to go do medical school. And you might get people in the medical field that aren't really passionate or qualified for it. So I don't know, man. I like Homestead said, I think it's a great idea. I think the concept is great, but honestly, I don't care if the government makes their fucking money back or not, to pay for the program. Just to be honest with you, but
well, I do
because we're
because
talking
if the
about
government's
students.
paying for it,
I don't care
that
if the
means the
Department of
taxpayer.
Education. I don't give a care if the Department of Education or a bank or whatever gets their money back. The government is subsidized by every other program, anyways. I really don't give a shit if they have to take a loss in order to make more doctors or nurses or anything in between. So I don't know. My main focus would be the individuals taking the loans and not preying on their ignorance of being young and turning them into, a a wage slave to the government, essentially. You know what I mean? That's something I definitely don't support. So it's like I said, I'm torn on this one. This is really a tough one to try to champion any particular side, because I'm not going to side with the government on this. I'm not going to side with the bank on this. I'm ultimately going to side with a student. But I understand that companies don't loan money for nothing. So I don't
Honestly,
know.
the best
I don't know.
way to do what he is saying is to know someone who has the assets available and borrow it straight from them and them not charge you interest. That would really be the only way to
Right.
get what he's saying. But
And that's
through
the
an
thing with the rate of
institution,
inflation and everything else, paying it back 5 years later or over the 5 years, there's zero interest in it. The loaner, the person loaning the money or entity loaning the money is taking a loss
Yeah,
exactly.
with
but dude,
inflation.
you
So,
guys are forgetting and a lot of this medical field, they make deals with the while you're in college, we'll pay your student loan off. We'll pay for this stuff if you do a 5-year term with us
Sorry
at
to hear
this
that, TNT.
hospital.
Hope you
You
get
know what I
feeling
mean?
better,
That
buddy.
happens a lot. That's a normal thing. They send scouts out for certain brain
recruitment.
surgeons and heart doctors and stuff. They send recruitment. They send people out looking for people, and they leave that up to the private institution of the hospital to pay for that. You know what I mean? I don't see any problem with that. I don't see any
I don't
problem
either.
with even the hospital getting a forgiveness for doing that. You know what I mean? If you're going to pay off their debt, then we will give you a forgiveness, which I'm sure they do. The issue again, I believe, is everybody we see pharmaceuticals and we see hospital thing it's kind of one entity, but it's really not. It's a lot of entities and one kind of
Mhm.
shell kind of going on, the pharmaceutical companies. You looking at remember that guy Martin Shkreli, he said they developed the AIDS medication, and they kind of did they uh to cure AIDS or whatever, and he upped it from $2 a pill to freaking $27,000 a pill or some shit like that. He's in jail now. He bought the Wu-Tang album that never came out and shit. But that's what the issue is as far as the medical field is you got CEOs that buy a fucking pharmaceutical company just to use it as a profit margin by 3,000%, or a fucking somebody who just wants Bill Gates, who just wants to fuck with your shit. You know what I mean? So it's kind of apples and oranges. I don't see any issue with how they have it with the private institution pays for the medical for your medical school. If you're good enough, that also brings an incentive. I want to be a kick-ass doctor. I'm going to do dope in medical school and, get good grades and exceed, get honors, whatever the hell they do in college, you know, and hopefully I can get a hospital that's going to want me to work for them for 5 years and pay for my medical loans or whatever the fuck, you know. Um,
Right.
I
when you're
guess the
talking
easy,
about
I
when you're
guess the easy,
to you,
kind of
Rain.
the easiest one-to-one comparison would be when you get arrested, they say you have the right to attorney. One can be provided for you if you cannot afford one. And no one questions where that money comes from when
No,
And the
the
judge
criminal.
everybody does. We do, though, Rain. Again, that's
I'm not
tax
saying
dollars because
I'm not
anything that's
saying
government.
I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying people on the panel does. But everyone
No,
looks at
in
that.
general, everybody does. In
When was the
general,
last time?
everybody knows that.
Right.
That's a tax-paying lawyer. Like it's a government lawyer. Everybody knows anything government is tax. That's our
Right.
money, as public.
Right. But that pro bono attorney, aside from getting paid from the state, gets certain other benefits such as tax breaks. And I'm saying if it's that easy to figure out with the legal system, it shouldn't be as hard to figure out with the medical system.
But it's not. So again, bringing it back to the government and taxes, dollars and shit. So they're just like, do you want a public defender? You know how shitty public
But
defenders are. You're
it's
just a
it's the
number. On to the
the
next. I may,
the option is still there. That's my point. The option
I
is
wouldn't want
there.
that option to be there for in
But
the
it
medical
is
field, bro.
but it is
It's
there. Just
not.
because just well, some people can't afford to say, "Hey, I have a broken arm." I think there should be a public defender doctor that's like, "Hey, I can cast up your arm because it's broken."
Bro, there is it's not, but there is. Like, bro, have you ever went to the emergency, got denied
And
ever
jujitsu,
with
dude.
insurance or
I've
no
had
insurance?
yes,
Like, if
but
you
like
break your arm, if you fall off a tree or you fall off a roof and you break your arm and you go into the emergency room, they are not gonna say, well, fuck, you gotta go home. You ain't got no insurance. No, bro, they're gonna cash you up and send you home with a $10,000 medical bill that I never paid in my life.
well, I guess this is gonna be a agree to disagree topic with everyone.
I just think I got an issue when you talk about government, state funded, all that shit. I don't like anything state funded. I don't like anything tax dollar funded. Especially when you're going to talk to like the medical field. That's like saying like, do you want a government funded pilot to fly your airplane, or do you want like a private pilot? Like,
We do
everything
have
that's
we do have government
yeah.
funded pilots. They're called the Air Force.
I'm talking about for commercial airlines.
Yeah.
So, would you want that, dude? Fuck no. I want the institution to pay for that. I don't want, when it comes to government and tax dollars paying, look at our army and shit. Like you talk about like mil spec. That's like the just above making it on the battlefield, mil spec. It's just to make it on the battlefield. It's not the best, and far from the best. It's just the lowest shit. And that's what our tax dollars is in paid for. Just the lowest shit. Again, you want to talk about lawyers, public defenders? Who the fuck wants a public defender defending them? You're just a number. On to the next. That's going to be the same thing in the medical field.
It's
On to
not a
the next.
matter it's not a matter of them being the best option. It's a matter of them just being an option.
But they kind of already have that, dude. Again, and even like if you didn't want to look at it as my perspective of going in there and just not paying a medical bill, we have food stamp medical. Like that's easier to get than food stamps. A lot of times you get medical food stamps before you even get food stamps. A lot of times you can apply for both of them because they advise you to apply for medical and food stamps, and you can qualify for medical and not food stamps. You know what I mean? And that pays for just about everything. You know what I mean?
Again, it's just a agree to disagree comment kind of point now.
I can't agree with even the Medicaid,
Like I
medical,
said, agree to disagree.
even the medical shit. I don't agree with because it's tax dollars, but it's there. Less tax dollars funded to the state.
Yeah. If we, I'm not sure where we are at this point in time, but if we were to relieve the interest off of the loans, we would stop having loans. They would stop giving them out because the tax dollars are still paying for it. So we'll go ahead and move off that subject. And we're up to almost 4 hours on streaming now. Is there anywhere that we want to take it, or do we want to just call it a night at this point?
I've been wanting
You're
to
the
do
boss,
the
man.
God and the money one.
Oh, you've been hoping for it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's fair. I've been trying to get to it. Unfortunately, it kind of veered off track. And so the prompt is, if you were to be given $1 million or you could spend 15 minutes with Christ, which would you choose? Anybody want to start it?
15 minutes with Christ.
Okay. I'll go
I was
ahead.
just watching The Chosen earlier this afternoon, and he was sitting there talking to some children making a lock out of wood, like an old school like key and lock. I was thinking, cool would it have been to actually have like something Jesus made? And you know what? If I could talk to him for 15 minutes, I think I could maybe talk him out of something.
Okay. All right. So let's get everybody's opinion on it before I. Anybody else want to put on?
That's funny you bring this up. I seen a YouTube short about what it would be like if you met Christ today. Like if you could go back in time and meet Christ. And the first thing like I said in my head is Christ would look at you and say in your language, what you're not supposed to be here. First thing in that YouTube short was exactly that. Christ looked at the dude and said, you're not supposed to be here. I don't know if I would want to meet Christ, like if there was something there, like unless it was like something of the heavens that was offering me that. But like if it was like a note that said it and could magically happen, I don't think like I'm not meant to meet Christ until the day I am meant to meet Christ. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But
I think I would give my last $1 million to meet Christ rather than.
All right. So
if it was a
again,
holy
let me
thing,
get everybody's.
I would-
Let me get everybody in on it, please. Anybody else want to put in on it?
I saw like the prompt when you put it in the Discord like this morning,
Mhm.
and I thought about it. And I kind of came to the same conclusion as independent thinker. Like I think like if I'm gonna meet Christ, right? If Christ is real and all that, like the time will come, you know.
Okay.
So I'll just take the money.
Okay. Homestead, you want to put on it?
I don't know what I would do.
That's fair. That's a fair answer. TVT, welcome back. Did you have anything to put in on it?
Don't laugh at me.
Yeah, I think I would.
Guys, let TVT have the floor, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good, buddy. Just
It's all good. It's all good. I think I would just basically be like, dude, thank you. And I'm not worthy, basically.
okay. So you would basically take the money, is what you're saying? Or you would try to get the 50 minutes with Christ?
I'd take the 15 minutes. For
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Rain, do you have anything to put on that?
I understand everyone's answer. For me, I'm going to talk to Christ.
Okay. All right. So let's break this down. So you have 15 minutes with Christ, but you do not bring Christ to the earth. You then go back to the earth and say that you met Christ. What happens? You get laughed
Nobody
off
believes you.
the earth. No one believes you. You take that $1 million and you go and spread the word of Christ for the rest of your life. Which one is actually better?
You get greedy and don't spend it where you're supposed to.
That's a good point.
I
But
would
with
spend that $1 million trying to make sure that I met Christ.
Sure. That's my point. Is you would spend if you and that's just it's a paradox. But if you were to be given the option to spend 15 minutes with Christ or be given $1 million, you could then say, well, I had the opportunity to meet with Christ, which means he exists, which means there is a possibility for me to get back there. All I need to do is spend this money wisely and excel his word. If you go and you spend 15 minutes with Christ, again, this is not bringing Christ to earth for his influence to sway the earth. This is just you being in front of Christ for 15 minutes.
What about the knowledge he gives you in that 15 minutes?
Sure.
Well, Tater,
what if he tells you exactly what you need to know to tell people, and you can do that without the $1 million? You can lead more people to Christ with that knowledge than you could with the $1 million, because I don't even know how $1 million would directly lead people to Christ other than funding missionaries and basically giving it all to a church type program or whatever like that. Like you'd have to basically take it and then give it away right away.
No.
Anyways,
Nothing in life is free. So in order to move throughout the world, you have to have money. If you have $1 million, you can quit your job. You can go and that's my point. You can quit your job and full time.
That would be me dedicating myself over Christ and denying Christ essentially the first time.
Well, Tater, let me put a different perspective on that question. You're saying I'm going to meet Christ where he's at?
Yeah.
So I'm going to spend 15 minutes seeing heaven. That's priceless.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I would spend every cent that I earn on top of that $1 million to get to meet Christ. The money's worth nothing.
What's that, Homestead?
Look, man, I don't think you could biblically just do that. Like if you're just like speaking as like this is just like a pothead like kind of talk type of deal. I'm not saying we're potheads.
Right. This is a literally hypothetical I had in another server at one point in time. I'm just bringing it back up because I thought it was interesting. That's all it is, guys.
Yeah. But like I don't think you can like do that, dude. Like you can't like you have to meet Christ like the way Christ is meant to be met. You know what I mean? So speaking in that standpoint, yeah.
Yeah, you're changing the hypothetical.
But if we're just tossing things around, like if an angel came down and said, hey, I could take you up to meet Christ for 15 minutes or give you $1 million. Of course, I would in the blink of an eye. I don't care if we just stood and stared at each other, like, or I just stared at his feet on my knees. I don't care, you're bowing to him. I don't, for 15 minutes, whatever it is, of course, but, it just doesn't feel natural to me without, like, if I meet Christ, it got to be my spirit, dude. I don't think my body is worthy of meeting Christ.
Yeah. Well, it's like Dave says in the chat, nobody would ever believe you that you spent time with Christ.
You don't have to tell people that you met Christ.
The point that we're on this earth, the point that we're on this earth is to further his word. So if you go up to him and you spend 15 minutes with him and you come back and no one believes you, how are you supposed to spread the word at that point in time?
Your testimony wouldn't be, hey guys, I met Christ. Your testimony would be what Christ told you, what Christ taught you. It wouldn't be, hey guys, believe me, I met Christ.
Bro.
Yeah, but in 2026, if you go around saying, hey, guess what God told me, they're going to throw you in an asylum.
Yeah.
You don't have to say that. You don't have to say what God, you don't even have to present it like that. You don't have to say, look, you told me this. All you have to do is just share what he told you. And you think that, like, you act like, look, I'm not saying you act, but like, it's understood you. People think that Christ doesn't know what to tell you to send you back to earth without sending you to the insane asylum.
You're kind of changing the hypothetical at that point in time. I didn't say anything about him giving you any information. I just said that you were going to meet with him.
Well,
I was going to meet with him. So whenever you meet somebody, what do you do?
You just being in his divine circle for 15 minutes, you would feel touched. Like you would have a touch of the heaven.
What is meeting with someone? You don't meet with somebody and not have a conversation.
Maybe you're just maybe you're just sitting at a dining room.
So it's a drug deal with Christ. You're just pulling up and gonna make a quick exchange.
I think either.
Not anything.
I think even if that was the case, though, dude. Even if that was the case, like we just fucking played poker for 15 minutes, whatever, dude. Like,
I think it's
there would be
crazy
a
to say that you would take $1 million over meeting with Christ.
there would be a divine touch in you. Like people would feel that you have been around Christ. I believe.
Well, just this
You-
idea
you-
that you
You
go ahead.
you believe that people in 2026 would feel the presence of God? Why don't they now?
I believe if you've been around Christ for 15 minutes, I believe people here on earth would feel that presence on you.
And they would
you would have the devil attacking you.
Yeah, exactly. You would literally be attacked at all times at that point in time. In 2026.
But I would win.
And
Christ
that's
wins.
to say,
Christ wins.
that's
Christ
what
wins over
is-
the devil.
I think we all can say, like, any follower of Christ.
And no,
tell
Dave
you-
says, so you're saying I would lie. I'm not lying. Not telling people. You don't have to tell people, hey guys, Christ told you this. So then you can go to heaven. Tell you whatever you need to know. Does you know what I'm saying? It's not about lying to people.
I think everyone who is a follower of Jesus Christ has had that moment where Jesus has spoken to you, and everyone spreads that message. So even if I got sent up to heaven, talked to Jesus, and came back down, and I told Tater, like, man, I talked to Jesus last night. Tater wouldn't think nothing of it. Like, it's not like 1929 where we put in asylums. Like, everyone has that experience where they say, like, man, I talked to Christ.
the apostles were brutalized because they talked to Christ. Do you really think that you want to run
I'm
around
fine with
telling
that.
people?
I'm fine with that.
No, I think if you talk to God, like you would be so
Yeah, so
like,
much
filled,
you could
like,
do
in
with,
your life.
with
Like,
$1 million.
you would change your life.
I'm
so
not saying I
fast,
wouldn't take the
and you
15
would
minutes.
be screaming at the top of the mountains, and yes, you'd be ridiculed, and you may be martyred for it, but you would be like pretty much if you go back
That's
in
a
the
good
Bible
question,
and you
TT.
look at people that actually got to speak to God, right? Like that was their life. Like they changed their life, right? So
Yeah, but we've all had those situations where, like, Jesus and God have changed our lives, and we tell people about it, but they don't look at us any differently than any other day. Like, I don't think
I mean, $1 million today doesn't go that far. I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt.
yeah, but they don't actually have God come to them, right?
No one's going to look at you as insane as you think they are, just because that conversation is so normal in today's world. Where if I convert to Orthodoxy tomorrow and I say, like, man, Jesus spoke to me and he said, like, Orthodoxy is the way to go, no one's going to be like, oh, you're nuts. They're going to be like, right on. Like, that conversation is so normal.
True.
What if you meet Jesus or Christ and he doesn't let you come back down because you're not allowed to see him and live?
Well, that's not the hypothetical.
Well,
I'd be fine with that though.
The hypothetical was a little bit wide. Unfortunately, I didn't refine it like I should have. But basically, you're not allowed to go see Christ, so you're not bringing any information back with you. You're just going to spend time with Christ.
You don't feel though, like you don't think like if you spent 15 minutes with Christ that like there will be people that would feel
the
that
presence and
on
attack you for it? Yeah, I absolutely think that
attack
would.
you,
I don't
but
care.
you
People
think
attack me. I'd be so lucky.
You would think that everybody's gonna attack
I don't.
you, or
I don't.
like
I don't think
you're
you
just gonna be
understand the
walking-
extent of what the adversary would do if you have the essence of Christ Himself on you. I don't
Throw
think
me
you
in the
understand.
fiery furnace. Throw me in with the pit of lions. I would be so lucky to die for Christ.
You're not dying for Christ. You're dying for the 15 minutes that you spent with Him.
Well, that
How would it not be?
Yeah.
How would it not be? How can you differentiate between the two?
I think you guys are looking into it too much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wait, I
think it would be like if that was something like that was to happen, it would be like it would be like an outer body experience, right? Like it wouldn't be like you just it would be like a dream.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it wouldn't be like, oh, I went and saw Christ and now I'm like glowing in holy power, right? Like it would just be like an experience, I would imagine. Like
Yeah. Well, the human body cannot handle the sight of God. It will literally burn you alive. So you have to be in spirit form to see.
That's why I say it would be like an experience, right?
Exactly.
It wouldn't be like your actual human form is going to stand in front of Christ, right?
Which
hang on, like
I still agree with Indy. I still
when
agree.
Christ comes back to the earth, Christ sees us in the flesh, and we see him like in the flesh. You know what I
When
mean?
Christ resurrected, people saw him. People saw him after he died. He's still alive. Like, what's the difference?
Yeah, like
He didn't die again. He's still alive.
Christ
There's
isn't God,
no
but
difference. He walked around and people saw him after he was resurrected.
yeah, so it wouldn't be like God like coming in the form of the burning bush type of stuff. But
Is
it's
God in the
all
flesh. You're
different.
not talking about God.
Yeah,
You're talking about
yeah,
God in the flesh.
that's a good
Christ.
way to put it. Right. So
Well,
like it wouldn't be like like God. Yeah, like
do you?
he said.
So hold on.
But I still stand by. Like you wouldn't be going like anywhere. It would be Christ would be coming to you.
Exactly.
Not you going somewhere.
Well, you would be going to the ethereal plane. Again, you can't see him with your physical form, so you would be going to the ethereal plane, because if he were to come to Earth, then the influence would be able to be here on Earth. So for the hypothetical, to keep it as distant as I can, you're going to see him where he is at. And then to extend that refination, you don't bring any information back with you. So it's literally selfish either way that you choose to go.
Homestead, Christ is God in the flesh. There's God, Christ, and the Holy Spirit.
But aren't they all the same? They're like three of the same things.
But,
like you can't have one without the other.
Yes, but Christ was the human form of God on earth. People saw him. You can be in the presence of Christ. You can be in the presence of Christ. You can talk to Christ. You can
hug
Christ.
dude.
People snuck up to touch his clothes. People snuck up behind him to touch his cloak so that they could be healed.
What am I lifelong
Christ
dreams?
is God, right? Like Christ is reigning.
So if you're talking about God, well then no, you can't. But even in this hypothetical, if you could meet with him or be with him, it's a hypothetical.
Yeah, hypothetical, sure.
So the thing is at the point where we start to debate on God and the Trinity, that's almost impossible to say what it is, because every religion sees it almost differently. But regardless of what we think in a physical mind, the spiritual world is not what we think it is. There is no end, there is no beginning, so there is no division between them when it comes to the spiritual ethereal plane. That's why there is one entity, but they are three, or whatever, the Trinity.
Well, Tyler said it perfectly.
Okay.
Like, when he said basically that, God is the Trinity.
Correct.
Right? So he's the co-equal, consubstantial and distinct persons, right? The Father, he's God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit.
Right.
All one.
Right. They're the same entity.
They're the same thing. Yeah.
But when he sent Christ to the world, he was his only begotten son. So he did take physical form in that instant. So when we go back to the end times and we go back up to him, will there be two physical entities up there, or will there just be one? Right? That's the question that we all have to be basically asking. But again, this is in a physical mind thinking of a spiritual realm.
Yeah.
When God
Pretty
says the
sure
word was with me in the creation, he's talking
Right.
about Jesus.
Right. I
Yeah,
understand.
but we also say Christ is God. So how is it not
Correct.
the same?
Correct.
It is the same.
it is the same. He's
Okay.
Different
Christ is
forms.
God.
That's
So
Okay.
when we all go
Different forms.
when we all go to heaven, Christ will be reigning in heaven as God,
Yep.
like God and Christ together as one. Is my gathering.
right.
Same.
But I thought that we only advised to the New Testament. I thought Christians only had.
Well, Jesus came to fulfill the Old Testament. He fulfilled the prophecy of the Old Testament.
Yeah, he fulfilled it.
Yeah.
He showed us that we can
And so
live
the
it.
Old Testament still has relevancy in its lessons. We just don't follow
Yeah,
its
it does.
traditions of sacrifice
So tell Christians that.
for salvation. Well, I am right now. I'm telling everybody that's listening.
Hopefully, we get some kind of viewership on it. I guess.
Really
Well,
glad you
look,
let me pick this one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
when the world ends in Revelation, it's Christ coming back. Christ is God, but Christ is coming back, and we see him in the flesh.
We'll fight in the army with him.
Yeah, we are in the flesh. We're not like there's gonna be like people on earth in the flesh, like seeing Christ. You know what I mean? Like if you're gonna see God, you're gonna see God in Jesus' form in the flesh. That's the only way you're gonna be able to meet God is through Jesus.
But not all Christians believe in Revelations either.
Right.
Well, is that a Christian then? If you don't believe in
Well,
Christian,
there's Orthodox. There's Orthodoxes that don't believe in that there will be like tribulations, right?
yeah, that's a good point.
Well, we're going through Bible study on Revelation in the Discord on Sundays. So after Tater's show, I mean, welcome anybody that's interested in learning about Revelation to join. None of us are scholars. We're just exploring and discussing as a group. But it was rewarding and fulfilling last week, and I'm looking forward to this week. I mean, if anybody's wants more information or to participate, that's the
I'll
place
try
to
to
be.
stop by someday if I can.
Yeah.
I heard about it last week and I wanted to stop by, but I was just too busy.
No, it's okay.
So yeah. So is there really anything I guess else on that?
No, that was good.
I could expand on my thing. Since I said that I would like take the money.
Yeah, go for
I
it.
think it's important to also say what I would spend the money on, because for me, I would spend the money on, obviously like
Male
trying
strippers.
to, no.
Yeah, Dave, I know Orthodox do believe in Revelations, but not all Orthodox folk believe that. Like, not all Orthodox folk believe that like millions of people are gonna vanish one day, and then everything is gonna start. Right? They don't. Not all of them subscribe to that.
I'm not familiar. I've only recently learned about Orthodoxy. It's new to me.
Yeah, I'm not terribly familiar with the different religions at all, really.
But I want to hear what Alter would say that he would spend the money on if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would probably spend the money on trying to make a positive impact on the world in the way that I know how through my art and stuff like that. And trying to make it a better place for hopefully everyone, the people around me, the people I love, and myself as well, obviously.
You know how I think you could do that, Arthur? If you put that $1 million towards like development of a game and then made $12 million out of it.
Right.
And then use the $12 million on it.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
then it would
Big
become a
game.
love of the money and not a love of the God.
Yeah, and now you're locked in.
But that
to give me like $10,000 when you do make
Stop
that
it.
Listen, that only depends on why I'm making the game in the first place. And I make games for the sake of art, not for the sake of profits.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Profits are only
I respect
necessary
your
in order
art.
to keep doing it, you know.
Yeah, dude. You got good art. I respect it, dude.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, it's that.
No, I like that question.
What was that?
I like that question. That was good. I like that.
Good.
It was fun.
I'm glad that I could get a good prompt for the last bit of the stream. Like I said, it was just a prompt that I had discussed in a different server a while back. It was the debate that I had with people, and I remembered it last night and thought it would be an interesting conversation. And again, like I've said before, you know, I don't know what I would do. Obviously, I'm really curious on everybody else's takes, so I've got to push back where I can to keep the conversations moving. Tonight had some actual back and forth. Like tonight was actually a decent, heated conversation of sorts, and it didn't get too heated, which I appreciate.
Yeah, if I sounded mad or anything, I was just being passionate.
No, yeah. That's the thing is, no matter what happens, we all have the same clothes to get glad in, right? If you get mad, get the fuck over it and get glad again in the same goddamn clothes, right? Sorry, guys, that was a little aggressive of my language. I don't like doing that, but I am passionate about what I view, and just like Tyler, when I get heated, it's just passion. I'm not mad. I'm just trying to understand why it's so goddamn confusing. Sorry, man. Swearing it up tonight, guys. Holy cow. Okay. So anyway, with that being said, was there anything else on the subject before I start our exit?
No, I'm good. I'm like I said, I'm glad we did that last little exercise before logging off.
Fair. And again, like I'll be wanting Bible study in my Discord as well. So I mean, you know, it depends upon when we have time or whatever. But as always, anybody that wants to join the streams, join the panels, please feel free to join the panels. Just join the Discord so that you can be part of it. I'm always up for different prompts and different discussions. As long as it can be calm and cool and collected like it was tonight. That was about the extent of the heat that I want to see on my channel. If we can keep it that way, right? With that being said, absolutely. I think that should be all. We'll just start up in the top. We'll do Alter first because I know you got something to shout out. Go ahead and shout out your game and whatever else you want to go ahead and do.
Yeah, my game is called Red Entropy. You can wishlist it on Steam. It's called Red Entropy.
Okay, thank you. Definitely go check that out. I've been hearing some good things about it. So if you're a gamer, check it out for sure. Homestead, I don't think you've got anything. I'm sorry, Alter. Go ahead.
No.
Oh, I just said likewise. I've been hearing good things about it. I'm sorry.
I got you. You're good. You're good. Okay, so Homestead, you go ahead. Homestead, you got anything?
No.
Okay.
I'm a nobody. Nobody knows me.
No, you're good. It's like, you know, some other people have shouted out other channels that they like or anything like that. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity.
No, I like taters. Join the Discord. Donate.
Thank you. I really appreciate that more than I can say.
Absolutely.
Indy, you got anything to say? Sorry, go ahead. Oh, okay. She's good. Okay. Indy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm the potato. You could.
Fair enough.
Nah, I got it out there, dude.
Boomer potato over here.
Right.
Appreciate you having me on the panel, dude.
Yeah.
Take care.
All right, buddy. Yeah, it's always a good time having you, Indy. I really appreciate you being here, buddy. As always.
Yeah.
All
right, later, guys.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
God bless. God bless everybody out there too, man.
God bless, buddy.
God bless.
TVT, do you got anything you want to shout out or point out or anything like that while you're back here?
I'll just say W to the mods tonight and go to church.
Okay. Yeah. I appreciate you pointing that out. I saw some trolls in the chat tonight, which I must be making it somehow if I've got trolls in my chat already. I don't know if B's still in the chat, but I saw that he got to it, and I appreciate you watching my back. TVT, appreciate you as well as the mod too, buddy. And Crusader whenever he's around. So again, I appreciate everybody in my community, all the mods, everybody that does things for me. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate the efforts that you give me. And anything else that you wanted to say, TV?
No, you can go to Tyler.
Okay, good. Cool. Yeah, go ahead and shout your stuff out, Tyler.
All right. Well, first, let me go to the YouVersion Bible app and do today's verse of the day. It is Romans 5:1. This is the NIV translation. Therefore, since we have been justified through faith, we have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ. So I thought that was pretty interesting considering that last little take there. You can follow me on YouTube, the Green Alternative, and X at Go Tyler TV by searching at Go Tyler TV or just Tyler TV, depending on which one you're at. Please go subscribe, join the Discord, all that good stuff. I'll remind everybody that tomorrow was Fast Debate Friday. The Potato, Mr. B are my trusty mods over there. Tomorrow we don't have a debate, but we're going to put together a panel. And if anybody's willing to participate at the time, you're more than welcome. Just reach out to me, and at some point tonight, tomorrow, the way I can kind of have an idea of who all's going to be there and everything like that. And I look forward to seeing everybody there. Make sure you hit the like button on this stream if you haven't. And man, thank you, Tater, for having these panels. I have a lot of fun on here, and I learn stuff. And yeah, man, it's a good deal.
Awesome.
You're on the right track.
I appreciate that, man. I really do appreciate the engagement that you give me, being on my panels, having me help you with the moderation on the debates, all of it. I really appreciate. Even if it's work on my end, I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. And I was gonna say, got to get you on my show again one day soon, whenever you got some time.
Yeah, we'll definitely be getting. I'll get a hold of you in the next day or two, and we'll figure out a time. Because I'm pretty slow with work again, so I'll definitely be hitting you up. Anything else that you wanted to shout out? Sorry.
No, that's all I got. Okay. That's it.
Right on. Yeah, definitely go check out Tyler TV, and the Fast Debate Fridays. If you want to debate, this is a cool, calm, collected debate scene. This is dialectical. This is not a blood sports debate. Again, I'm a moderator, so I'm going to be the one that is keeping it in check. And I'm telling you right now, that's how it is going to be. So if you want to be part of that, please, by all means, be part of it. If we don't have one next Friday or tomorrow, then we'll see. Who's supposed to be moderating that one? Do you know, Tyler? If we had one, you know.
I got off track of which week Mr. B is available.
Okay.
We always work it out ahead of time whenever we get some folks lined up. So
okay.
Either person. No.
Okay. Yeah, and if you guys are watching and you would like to debate me, you know, I'm a potato. So it's a possibility that you'll freaking wipe the floor with me, and you know, no harm, no foul. I need to get out there. You know, I'd rather do mock debates than get out there and be smeared publicly. But if I have to be smeared publicly, I guess we all got to start somewhere, right? So yeah, feel free to hit me up for any reason. You know, we can try to find something that we disagree on or something like that. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, so with that being said, I'll let you guys go. I appreciate the engagement, you guys being on the panel and giving me content. Anything else before I leave the room?
Can I just shout out Dave for throwing my links in the chat?
Yeah.
Appreciate everything Dave does moderating for my channel too and your channel. So yeah, that's all I got. Sorry for the last little bit.
You're good, buddy. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's just it. Is you know, the tide rises all ships, right? So all of us are working together to try to make this happen, and we'll continue to work together to try to make it better for everybody. Yeah, with that being said, I'll go ahead and head out of the room, and I'll do my final intro, exit, and you guys have a good night, all right?
Later, guys.
Later. All All right, guys. With that being said, of course, as always, please leave your comments in the section below. If you have anything to say, if you have any suggestions on where we go with the channel, the next panel, if you want to debate, feel free to tag me in the Discord and we can maybe work something out. Other than that, please take care of yourselves out there. Remember those Second Amendment rights within the United States. Your response time will always be faster than that of the police. And you're all very important to me. No matter how I disagree with people, a life is still a life, and I want you to be around. Outside of the United States, as always, try to stop giving up your rights and take care of yourselves the best way that you can. And as always, your friendly neighborhood potato, signing off.
And I'm built from pressure, shaped by the grind, unshaken, unbroken, unbreakable drive. A spark in the dark, a voice in the storm. Truth didn't bend, it took its form. When fear stood tall and silence grew, one man stood firm, and others knew. He didn't come with polished crowns or promises to bow them down, just words with weight and faith held tight. A steady flame against the night. He spoke when speaking cost a price. Chose conviction over compromise. Not chasing cheers or fleeting fame, but lighting paths with heaven's flame. And when the road felt steep and long, he reminded us what's right is strong. We are the fire you helped ignite, still burning through the longest night. You showed us truth is worth the stand, and faith requires a steady hand. We are the echo of your call. We rise together if we fall. The torch you carry didn't fade. We are the flame you helped to raise. Not built on anger, not on hate, but ordered truth and moral weight. A message grounded firm and clear. Stand for God, don't bow to fear. He didn't claim a perfect way, just walk the line, he chose to stay. And in that walk a nation heard that courage starts with spoken word. And when the noise was loud and wide, he taught us where to place our spine. We are the fire you helped ignite, still burning through the longest night. You showed us truth is worth the stand, and faith requires a steady hand. We are the echo of your call. We rise together Not his name, but what he stood for. Not the moment, but the door. He opened minds, he stirred the brave, and taught us faith is meant to save. We are the fire you helped ignite.